the hour of 6 o'clock and for the land use part, and then roll into a new meeting of our regular session, which I know Jill and Chair Benjamin will facilitate. I just want you guys all to know that we do have public comment. So there will be a general public comment and public comment for the LUP and for the PG&E project in the hearing as well at 7 o'clock. You will be able to do the public comment via webinar. So you'll see on the lower, if you're on a computer, you'll see a little hand on the bottom and you'll just raise it. And I will help with Commissioner or Chair Benjamin to facilitate those comments. So everybody has the time that they need, the 3 minutes to speak at that point. If you're on the phone, *6 to raise your hand, and I will be able to accommodate that as well. So I think that's pretty much it. And I will turn it over to Chair Benjamin to officially start our study session.
Thank you very much, Bridget, and welcome everyone to the August 11th study session meeting. We'll go on to the regular meeting shortly, but for now, we'll enjoy the study session. Will you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Could we have a roll call, please, Bridget?
Yes, Commissioner Polgar. Here. Commissioner Hernandez. We had Rick. Oh, I can't hear you. I see him here. Commissioner.
I am present.
Okay. Commissioner Holt. Well, the mute's not working, but
Brian,
yeah, Brian, there he is.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
I am present.
Vice Chair Reddick.
Present and unmuted.
And Chair Benjamin.
Almost never muted and present. Thank you.
All commissioners are present this evening.
Very good. The first item on our agenda, colleagues, is the review and approval of the minutes for our July 28th meeting. And I believe that staff wanted to speak to some of the minutes and changes. And then we'll come back before we entertain a motion to approve to see if there are any other changes that we want to make. Jill.
Yes.
Can I bring virgin pina coladas?
Jill, you have the floor.
Chocolate milk.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Benjamin.
And some water.
Excuse me for just a moment. Someone has, if you could mute the speakers. Thank you. Very good.
I think we're better. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners. Staff would like to draw your attention to a memo that we put out this afternoon. Brittany conveyed it, and Brittany Cozzolino, our associate planner. Bridget, I believe you posted it on this Planning Commission website. This is our standard process for conveying documents that we receive between the time that the packet goes out to the commission and when the meeting starts, and we try to sometimes respond to them and otherwise just make sure that the commission is equipped with all the information that has come through. One thing that came up is that we had a real strong concern about how one of the speakers' comments from your last meeting 2 weeks ago were characterized in our summary notes that are our minutes. They are, of course, not transcribed. The actual minutes of these meetings are the recordings of them. That said, we agreed with the commenter that we did not pick up all of the comments. There was a lot to it, and so we prepared a revision for the comments that were given by one of your speakers, having listened to the recording again to make sure that we got it right. And so that was attached to your memo, and it's also on the website, and we would like you to consider it as a suggested change from your staff for the minutes, with our apologies to the speaker for having not adequately covered the range of her comments, which were very important to you. So We know that there may be some other changes in the minutes. This is how we get the minutes as good as we can by providing drafts to you and accepting revisions and then producing those again for you to look at and to sign off. So thank you.
Thank you
Through the
very
chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
I don't, having had a chance to review the previous meeting and look at the comments that came out, I don't see a big discrepancy between what I heard and what was written. There's some noise maybe, but I just don't see a big delta between what I heard during the last meeting and when I reviewed the meeting online. I don't see a big issue here. So I just want to put that into the notes of, I think city staff have done a good job of conveying what at least I heard. I don't know about my fellow commissioners, but I just think that they conveyed what I took away from the meeting. And we all make mistakes and we all have things that when we look at the transcription look a little different, but those are the comments I wanted to make on.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Any other comments or other changes? I had a couple that I wanted to draw attention to. First, I also want to say thank you for the amendments. I went back and listened to the item, and when I actually sort of transcribed it for myself, I saw some language that I thought could be a more accurate reflection of the speaker's comments, and I think that staff has done a nice job of catching that. When we were in the approval of the minutes for the prior meeting, there was a reference to that I made to we were doing an approval for something involving I think it was the fee structure. Anyway, there was a reference to Venice Beach, and I just wanted to clarify that we were talking about Venice State Beach. This is not a city beach or a county beach. Then in the reaction to the draft chapter that we introduced, there was a reference to a comment I made about trying to get over the finish line, that we weren't there until we had a certified implementation plan, that our LCP consisted of the land use plan and the implementation plan. And the way the minutes read it was that we were going to certify the implementation plan. And of course, we don't certify, we submit them and the Coastal Commission certifies. So with respect, I'd suggest that we say we have a certified plan rather than that we certify the plan. There was also a reference to a comment I had made about this draft improving the protection of resources, because even if a resource is undermined, it's still entitled to protection. I think that it accurately reflected the words, the context around that hopefully made it clear that what I meant was that this LCP clarifies the principle that coastal resources are no less protected just because they've been undermined, as opposed to someone potentially thinking, I can undermine it and it's okay. And I think those were the only changes, that and the ones that staff made. And I appreciate that in all cases, there were bona fide efforts to get all of this right, to make it as clear as we can, and I admire the continuing effort to do so. So is there a motion to approve the minutes with changes?
Well, I move we approve the minutes with the changes just articulated by Chair Benjamin and as submitted by staff earlier today.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please. Bridget.
Commissioner Polgar,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Holt,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reddick,
Yes.
and Chair Benjamin.
Yes, thank you.
Motion.
Go ahead, Bridget. I apologize.
I was just going to say motion passes.
Thank you. So in our regular session, this is the point where we would have public comment, but I just want to confirm with staff that we're satisfying the law by having the public comment period for oral communications at our 7 o'clock meeting, and we're diving into the study session at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. In that case, the next item on our agenda tonight is the continuation of the Planning Commission study session on the local coastal land use plan. And I invite Jill to have the floor, and she and Brittany to help us through this process.
I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Thank you, Brittany. As we get settled in here, just give everyone a heads up that we will begin tonight with a focused presentation, and that staff in the room include the city engineer, Maziar Bozerginia, who will help us if you have specific questions about public works. Looks like we're ready to go. We're happy to be back from 2 weeks ago. I'm going to repeat myself because this is important for everyone in the room to be updated about. This is a study session, likely your last study session on the land use plan, on the approach that we're taking right now. It's not yet a decision-making meeting, but you're getting there. And thus, we continue to pay attention to potential conflicts of interest that individual commissioners may have. Under the Political Reform Act, the Commission can oversee general plan and LCP updates. But when it comes to matters concerning specific parcels on maps, individual commissioners may need to recuse themselves. We need to check in with you from time to time throughout the meetings. I know it's hard to do when we get involved in discussions, but good check-in points will be at the end of your clarifying questions or during them to see if any commissioners intend to discuss any particular properties that could potentially have a conflict. Another check-in point could be after public comment to see if anything came through that would draw your attention to discussing a particular property. And then of course, at any time in your discussion, if you should be working your way to talking about something in particular, we just want to make sure that you're thinking about your own conflicts as well as those of your fellow commissioners. And we know that you have reviewed a list of map changes and that you've been thinking about the policies, and we have been thinking about that on your behalf as well. And you're welcome to continue to confer with staff, and of course the city attorney in particular on this is your resource for guidance and review. But we do want to make sure that we continue to think about that, and should it occur for the good of the audience here, what the commissioners would normally do is walk out of the room. And so we are in this virtual environment. In this case, they would turn off their camera until the item was concluded, and then they can come back. I do want to, speaking of this particular room, make a note of something that we will try to address throughout this process in hopefully a meaningful way for you. We're looking at what our options are. We spoke with someone yesterday who really wanted to know more about who's showing up and how many people want to talk, and we can't see. We can see, of course, they can see the commissioners, they can see staff. They can probably see little boxes for PCTV, but they can't see each other. And so we want to reassure you, first of all, that attendance is excellent. There are 39 attendees tonight at this point in the meeting. And when we get to public forum, we'll check in again about how many folks are hanging out and participating in the meeting through this format, and how many hands are raised to try to just help have a little more connection to what's going on from the perspective of our audience. And the commissioners are really wanting to include you. So we want to make sure that you're getting the good experience as well as we can provide at this point. So just a few notes that we haven't really been focused on before. All right, and with that, our typical format for our study session will be this staff presentation that we'll jump into momentarily. We will have time for clarifying questions. We can't exactly tell when we're going to need to transition tonight into the commission's regular meeting. We didn't need to do that at your last study session because we did not have any business items. Tonight you have a business item and it needs to be heard at a regular meeting. So it's a technical, a bit of a hiccup, but we're going to make sure that we cover it correctly, and we will have a very deliberate transition from this 6 o'clock session to your 7 o'clock regular session. There will be time for everyone to speak. We have a 3-minute clock for that. Bridget will give explicit instructions again, and we'll make sure that people can participate. Remembering, by the way, that some folks are watching on TV, and so we won't know how many of those there are because they're not in our Zoom room. And then there'll be time for discussion and some direction from the commission, and we will always review next steps. Next slide, please.
Through the chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
Of the 39 people, how many of those 39 people are part of either the Planning Commission or city staff?
These are folks who are in the attendee room. And so there's an additional 13 panelists that are comprised of the Planning Commission and city staff and PCTV.
Okay.
So 62 people are participating in this meeting.
Yeah, that's 52.
52.
Wow.
52
That's
people.
good. Yeah.
Doing my math on the side. Okay, great. That is a fantastic Planning Commission meeting. I'm so excited to have so many people attending this meeting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thank your audience. All right, so continuing on, we are, I think this is Brittany's slide, so I'm going to stop and let
before we jump into new material, I just wanted to give a quick overview of a couple things from the last study session. So we went through 8 out of the 9 final draft chapters. We'll go through the final chapter in the appendices tonight. And we also gave a brief overview of the comment letter received from the Coastal Commission last year that spurred many of the final draft edits that you're seeing. And we also heard several different topics of interest that were brought up from planning commissioners and the public that we touched on in the staff report, and we'll touch on lightly here tonight, including the workforce housing overlay, housing affordability in general, and trails in ESHA. So for the workforce housing overlay, there were questions about how state law and the city's residential limitation will interface with the proposed workforce housing overlay implementation. And on those 2 points, the city attorney's office provided a very detailed response to these questions that was an attachment to your memo provided this afternoon. We are happy to address anything in more detail tonight. Just let us know what you would like to touch on, and we can certainly discuss further. For Measure G, we did want to mention something of a conclusion there. So we heard from a speaker at our last study session that this was an advisory measure focused on ensuring that the county-owned parkland out in the west of Railroad area is maintained as a passive park area. We have also been discussing the workforce housing overlay units with the county park that are proposed in the current draft for this area, and they have let us know that they wouldn't be able to comply with the local employment requirements. That is really the intent of the workforce housing overlay. And since this would not meet the intent of the passive park requirements from Measure G, we are proposing to remove those 7 county units from the workforce housing overlay. And then housing affordability was brought up in general. We did want to highlight that there is a specific policy for provisions for housing affordability for PDs. It was refined for the final draft, so it was worth mentioning. The range of square footage for new single-family residences, should they be proposed in PDs, was provided at a slightly lower range than you saw in the previous draft, although the shall was changed to a should, so it is a bit more general. But the intent is to encourage affordability by design with a smaller footprint, and to encourage other types of multifamily housing types. Trails in ESHA, this was brought up from the perspective of needing really careful planning of trail alignments, especially where they would be next to a creek or other sensitive habitat area. And we just wanted to assure everyone that there are a number of policies that are really careful about this topic. So first, trails are a permitted use in ESHA as a resource-dependent use, a form of low-impact public access. And then there's a number of policies throughout the Natural Resources Chapter 6, that requires any development in ESHA or next to ESHA to be sited and designed to avoid impacts. So this would include trail implementation. And these trails are also consistent with the Planning Commission and City Council actions to approve the bike ped master plan from last year. Staff is going to reread these policies carefully to make sure that we are being consistent with those actions, but that was certainly the intent. And then finally, there are a number of policies that reference specific trails, such as the Vista Trail, that explicitly require careful study and alignment planning to protect any sensitive habitat. So the specific policy references are here, and we're happy to go into any more detail on this as you like. Okay, now Jill will go through Chapter 3 with you.
All right, thank you. So this is the focus of our new materials since we saw you last time. And we expect to continue to respond to comments the way Brittany just did, whether they come up through the course of your meetings or we get them through letters. And we will get them, the responses, to you in staff report form or in these follow-up memo forms, or at least in the presentation, to the extent that we can meet the timeliness of doing so and the kind of research that might be involved. So there was a bit of research, for example, in that piece that was prepared by the city attorney's office on housing. So we understand that you just got that today, and we encourage you to take a look at it after this meeting, in particular before you start getting new packet materials for the 25th. All right, Public Works. This is the kind of a culmination, pulling together all the other input that studying the land and what it can carry from the perspective of development or conservation or whatever it is most suited to be with respect to public works capacity, which we focus for this purpose on water, sewer circulation, and stormwater. And we're looking at each of these systems from a policy level. This is high level. We're not getting into the nits of what's going on in any particular detail of a neighborhood or a street, but from nice big build out thinking level of capacity limitations, projected demand on these systems in different build out scenarios. And we have two that we're working from. The 2040 planning horizon, which I can talk to you a bit more about as we go forward in terms of what was assumed for that, as well as the what some folks might think of as an unconstrained build-out scenario. We call it the maximum theoretical build-out because it is indeed theoretical. We don't expect it to happen. It's very high. We assume significant growth on just about every single parcel that might have capacity for development to come up with these scenarios. So it's a helpful tool, and we can talk about the context and the purpose of looking at our maximum theoretical build out for the sake of highlighting when infrastructure capacity, perhaps on your way to this place that isn't actually ever going to be developed, when systems may be in danger of being inadequate, needing to be expanded, running out of capacity, or other constraints might be confronted along the way. It is our recommendation, if you are really interested in this as an audience member and you haven't had a chance to read Chapter 3, that you would print the Appendix B, which has the build-out numbers in it, and have that at your side while you're reading Chapter 3, because there's tables and assumptions that are presented in the appendix that will support your reading for Chapter 3. All right, next slide, please. Ooh, there it is. Thank you. So we'll come back to this slide, and something happened with our column width there, but the idea of this slide was to, in a nutshell, very, very quickly indicate where things get sticky, things get tight. So we're looking at these four systems horizontally, and the now of 2020, the 2040 planning horizon, and what we call, again, maximum theoretical build out. You'll see it abbreviated as MTB. And we're noting where there, for example, for water, and we'll talk about it in a bit, that is there enough water is one of our two questions that's asked. And the other question is, are there enough water connections? Because that's a function of how water supply is delivered to new development. Sewer capacity is mostly focused on the capacity of the sewage treatment plant. But we also have a couple other really significant pieces of note. One is the conveyance system itself, and then the treatment plant's vulnerability with respect to sea level rise and when that really comes into play. Circulation is already well understood to be a fully impacted system at peak times in particular, especially the weekend peak, and of course some of the commute peaks when school's in session in particular, and what happens to it over time. Modeling was done with these different build-out scenarios. The one where we think there's quite likely upside in just time and investment is the capacity and quality of the city's storm drain system as a shift from gray infrastructure pipes and traditional means of conveying water as fast as you can to get it out to the ocean versus green infrastructure approaches, we actually see that investment in that system could improve in the town center and other improvement areas that are identified in other chapters of the land use plan for being suitable for habitat restoration and support for water courses and just the relationship of infrastructure to everything else that's going on in the other chapters is, we hope, laid bare a bit by this table. Next slide. All right, so there was a very high level modeling approach to both water supply and sewage treatment plant capacity done at using per capita demand rates and capacity needs for those two systems. This is completely in sync with how the water district and the water planning laws associated with urban water management planning have that done. And you'll note in our work that the residential water demand per person is a lot lower than the total water demand per person per day, which reflects that this method is accounting for visitors and visitor use as well as residential use of other types of facilities, including hotels and restaurants, as well as public services and public institutions like schools. So this method is good for big picture, and it's very helpful to us because we can also look at the whole service area, the way that our water district presents it, as well as the way that the Bay Area Water Supply Agency, VOSCA, also presents it for their customers. Similarly, we look at the treatment plant capacity that way, which is something that anyone who's really interested can dig into it through the city's sewer master plan and see that the factors that were used were established through that planning method. However, in both of these cases, you'll see that the modeling that was done for the land use plan, we pad everything with, in almost every form of modeling we do, we add 20 to 25% factors on it for safety factors at a minimum. And sometimes we add more depending on our sense of uncertainty about timing or scale for different kinds of potential development. Next slide, please. So one of the things that's really interesting in the modeling work that needs to be done for the purpose of a local coastal program and this policy side is making sure that there's adequate infrastructure capacity for Coastal Act priority uses. They are absolutely tier 1, and it's a requirement from the Coastal Act. This is not one of those negotiable things. This is something that the city needs to assess. And this was done in the 1996 Certified Land Use Plan. And we're proposing new reservations for this capacity in this draft for Coastal Act priority uses. The Coastal Act priority uses that we've been talking about from the perspective of land use in particular are all listed here, but you'll notice that the term essential services is added to this particular definition. We don't treat essential services in Chapter 2 land use as a Coastal Act priority use because there's a different slant to Coastal Act priority uses from that perspective. But with regards to critical infrastructure and essential services for actually serving visitors and residents, essential services are included in Coastal Act policy to be covered, and The San Mateo County certified land use plan is a good example of how they considered those in their own build-out assessment. They listed what those assumptions were and what kind of uses qualify as essential services. So we just wanted to highlight that for you because we refined this quite a lot since the previous draft that you saw about a year ago on this public works chapter. We've done a lot more research and modeling to address this. The other thing that was in the previous version was the notion of local priority uses. And there was, we believe from the City Council joint study session that the Commission had in October 2019, there was comfort to designate affordable housing as a local priority that has been consistent from Council. And in fact, it's consistent with the current zoning ordinance, which identifies affordable housing for a separate but qualifying priority use, separate from Coastal Act priority, but having its own status. And so we're bringing that forward, but very clearly showing it as the second tier, which is as high as it can be for the purposes of the coastal zone, unless, of course, the Coastal Commission redesignates affordable housing as a Coastal Act priority use, remembering that Charles Lester has educated us about this, that the original Coastal Act included affordable housing as a Coastal Act priority use, and that was an amendment to the Coastal Act in the 80s. So we are consistent, we believe, bringing this forward. It's similar to what the county has done. It's also similar to how water connections were established in 3 different categories. The first being the Coastal Act priority, the second being affordable housing connections, and then the third being getting finally to these non-priority uses. This third tier of uses is a whole lot of what you see in the developed town, which is market rate housing throughout the neighborhoods, non-residential uses that don't qualify as Coastal Act priority uses, which could be commercial or industrial. All right, next slide, please. Already hinted at looking at the constraints with water, the question of is there enough with regards to supply, and then the question of whether or not there are adequate connections. We used actual water data from several years, and we used data during a non-drought, more recent non-drought times, because people started using more water again, and we wanted to make sure that we were carefully estimating typical use instead of best possible, most responsible use that we tend to all be very, very careful about when we're in a drought condition. So we first and foremost want you to know that we used bigger numbers. We also looked at, well, in addition to doing that, in the Appendix B, where you'll see factors that were used to assume how much water each type of land use would use. For example, well, let's take a single family home. We have lots of reinforcing information that a typical single family home uses on the order of 150 to 160 gallons of water per day per unit. We modeled every unit at 200 gallons per day, regardless of type, unless it was an accessory dwelling unit. In those cases, we modeled it at half of what a house would use. So that's an example of how water demand was applied to our build out in terms of residential in particular, but we can talk about it for any of the other land uses as well. I think that covers that slide. And our district area, of course, the whole city is in the Coast County Water District. And then the district expands to the north and includes El Granada and Princeton and the northern part of Miramar. And so we were careful to take population and growth data for that area just to make sure that we understood what was going on at the 2040 and the maximum theoretical build out equivalents as put forth in the San Mateo County Land Use Plan, so that we are paying attention to the water demand there. You can see the town center blue highlight in the middle of that map. And I think we can go on. So this is just a presentation of a table out of chapter 3, where we have summarized the water demand at 2040 and maximum theoretical build out for the coastal act priority uses and the local priority uses, specifically talking about affordable housing. And just for context, the 1996 plan had a reservation of water supply that was supposed to be saved for coastal act priority uses through 2020. And it was, I have to look up the gallons per day, but it was 124 million gallons per year, which is, if you look at what we've done here in terms of looking at the existing demand of coastal act priority uses, they're already using water, and we wanted to just check in, not just with the net new, but what's already being used by those uses. Coast County Water District was kind enough to parse that out for us and give us some round numbers for our current use that we've included in this chapter. You'll see that we never got to the point of using the whole 124 million gallons per year for coastal priority uses at 2020. In fact, we're not using it at 20 or at 2000, which was the plan. We're not even using it at 2020. We're using on the order of 90 million gallons per year instead of the 124. But we wanted to show you the total. This is probably more information than we absolutely have to have in our proposed document to convey to the Coastal Commission, but we like to err on the side of giving you a little too much information in our drafts. We did a lot of that in the previous draft. We're still doing a little bit of that here to make sure that people see the math and they see the context and scale relative to what's been on the books previously. And you'll note that local priority uses, and this is assuming a really high water demand for affordable housing of 200 gallons per day per unit, which we know is higher than most of them would ever use. The percentage of the supply total that would be required for all of these coastal act and local priority uses on the order of 20% at maximum theoretical build out. We would not expect to hit that. So dialing back a bit and looking at 2040 is about 15%. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is where the math gets challenging from my perspective, because we really wanted to be responsive to the request from the public regarding water connections. Folks know that there are priority water connections that the water district holds, and that there are non-priority water connections that are owned by private parties. And when someone wants to develop a house on a site, and if they don't have a water connection, they are not able to purchase one from the water district because they are all owned by private parties, and they have to go out to this secondary market and have a water connection transferred from one property to another. And there's about 800 of those non-priority connections. We're focused here on the other two pots, which are the Postal Act priority connections and the affordable housing water connections that were established quite a few years ago now. And the question of, are there enough of them for the build out of the land use plan and the build out of the Half Moon Bay's land use plan in conjunction with the build out of the San Mateo County land use plan, the portion of it that's in this water district. And it's really an impossible thing to answer because we are not given an equivalence of how much water is a water connection worth. It's really easy math if you know what that is, or even a range. But that isn't how water connections are allocated. Our understanding, and the water district will certainly, I'm sure they're going to get us. We're going to meet with them some more and continue to learn from them, but they'll probably have a letter as well at some point to provide more guidance about how they do this. But from our experience in working with them on development, they are evaluating projects based on fixture count and the need to really serve the development with adequate water pressure for daily use as well as for fire flow. For example, with a fire sprinkler system or the hydrant in the street and everything else that comes with it to take care of the water needs of development. And that's much more complex than we're asking about something that they don't work with per se. We came up with a method. We can explain it. It is only for planning purposes. It's not meant to be more than that. In fact, I had an intent to, I even considered having this be part of your staff report and not part of your draft land use plan, because I don't want it to be overly considered as this final word on how many water connections do you need, because it's not that. It's just a round number. We came up with 300 gallons per day per connection. This is, we explored all kinds of numbers and ranges, and we benchmarked them to different uses and different documents, and that's explained in Appendix B. Again, that appendix that discusses build out and public works capacity. But in a nutshell, the way for you to think about this that I think is easiest is that going back to that single family home where we're modeling residential development at 200 gallons per day, and remembering that accessory dwelling units do not require an additional water connection, and we're modeling those at 100 gallons per day. The 300 gallon per day per connection can give you sort of a sense of what that means, because it's equivalent to what we've modeled for a single family home with an ADU. Now, it relates to a lot of other things that have been modeled and used in other documents, and I won't attempt to present all of those here tonight. I encourage folks to read about that in Appendix B, and then Brittany and I offer you time to discuss it if you're interested in following it. Okay, so that's a lot to get to this conclusion that, yeah, we start to run out of them. If the 2040 build out progresses according to what our economist had looked at previously in terms of market demand for non-residential development that might qualify as coastal priority uses. You would expect to start to run out of them as you hit 2040. Noting, however, that our 2040 build out estimate is quite conservative. I wouldn't expect, I actually don't, I think it will happen someday, but I don't think it will happen at 2040. I think it would probably happen later, but that's something that needs to be monitored and really, really watched. For the affordable housing, it appears to us that there are enough connections through 2040, but we would start to run out later. And we did note how many of those connections the county has affordable housing in their build out, that they would need to use some of those as well. That's a concern because the affordable housing in particular in this plan is meant to support the local workforce and service jobs and ag jobs that are highly relevant to coastal priority uses, community character, and things that are really supported through land use policy. So we do talk about that a bit in the chapter, and we're very interested in feedback. Running out of water connections for affordable housing and creating new ones is not going to threaten the water supply. There's plenty of water for the additional housing units, that even though there aren't enough connections for them. So it isn't about, is there enough water? It's more about, are there enough connections? Yeah, we'll get later on and talk about why connections are limited and revisit that table and about the balancing of public works infrastructure because there's a lot of other implications there. Okay, Brittany, next one. So for each infrastructure topic, we've tried to identify the most significant policy considerations. One of these is actually carried forward from the 1996 certified LCP, which anticipated that the sewage treatment plant would have a recycled water facility developed at this point in time. And of course it doesn't. And so this is continued to be a really important consideration for infrastructure planning. It affects water supply, but it also affects treatment plant capacity and sustainability in a lot of different ways related to stormwater management, environmental resource restoration, and other things like that. We already talked about new connections briefly. On the other one, we were asked to be proactively planning for the inevitability that wells will fail, and in particular, the non-priority wells. Priority uses like agriculture that have wells, they will continue to have wells. They have wells that fail, and we will expect to receive applications to have those wells replaced. And we're trying to learn better ways to process those so that we can be more quickly supportive of that. But we're talking here about non-priority wells where we've got some houses that are on well water. They're houses in the middle of developed neighborhoods where CCWD's water line is running down the street. And in fact, sometimes those wells, they do fail. And it's a real challenge for those property owners to buy out of the blue one of those non-priority water connections that can be very, very expensive. So San Mateo County's land use plan has a provision for using priority water connections for cases like this. We're proposing a policy to do so, but it's a loan, and we think the loan term needs to be long to give the property owner plenty of time to negotiate and not be a captive buyer of a second party water connection. So they have more time to take care of it, and then they can't afford it to set up financing, such as through a second mortgage using the equity of their property. So we think this is fair, but we know it's new, so we want to highlight that to you. All right. Sewer treatment plant, noting, again, the city engineer is here and he can talk about this modeling in a much higher level of detail than I can. But the treatment plant capacity is, as a whole, for the entire Joint Powers Authority, which is made up of 4 entities. One is the SAM treatment plant itself, and then the city of Half Moon Bay has its own sewer conveyance system that is the southern city limits up to Frenchman's Creek. And then the Granada service area covers the rest of the city, and then the Montera district is farther north. So thank you, Brittany. There's 2 out of 3 of them. And but all of the city is represented here for sewer. And I need to get caught up on my notes for a second. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So again, similar to water, and I can go quickly now because we're in a parallel process here. We looked at the sewer plant demand based on the water demand of coastal act priority uses and local priority uses. The assumptions that were made that were conservative about how much water these uses will consume cross over into this, so that sets these up for being conservative assumptions. And then the city engineer applied factors to them for how much of the actual water supply would make its way into the sewer conveyance and treatment plant system. And of course, for things like ag, that's going to be a low percent because a lot of the water is irrigation water and it never finds its way into the sewer. But for other things like housing and commercial uses, we assume that all of the water is going to go into the sewage treatment plant. And the conclusion for the reservation is it's about twice as high as it was in the previous document. We're not sure exactly why it was so low from the 1996 document, because the water demand assumptions for priority uses were high, and the sewage treatment plant capacity requirements were relatively, compared to that, were quite low. I can't explain it. We can explain this though, with that. This is the modeling that we did here, why we did it this way, and it's got a foundation in your sewer plan, the factors that were used, and the water demand modeling that we did. Next slide, please. The big policy considerations were, these are really not new from your last draft. Infiltration and inflow is a real challenge with the capacity of the conveyance system as well as the treatment plant. This is when stormwater flows into the sewage treatment plant pipes during wet weather events and can overwhelm a system. And Oz can talk about how the Public Works and the Capital Improvement Program have been addressing this throughout the city. It's a long haul of a process, and it's the kind of thing that you're never done doing it. But kind of like pavement management, there's strategic ways of improving the performance of the system. The treatment plant vulnerability is well identified in the land use plan, the sea level rise vulnerability assessment from a couple of years ago, San Mateo County sea change vulnerability assessment as well. We used Chapter 7's hazards kind of tiering about what types of infrastructure can be moved, what kinds of uses can be moved, how adaptable are they, and what assumptions should we be looking at, because something like a sewage treatment plant is not a very adaptable facility. So we were presenting to you a meter of sea level rise in the document, which has a high probability of occurring at 2100. And it doesn't mean that this is a catastrophe at 2040 at the planning horizon, but it does mean that serious consideration needs to be taken during the planning horizon about the condition of the plant, continued monitoring and learning about best available science, and beginning some alternatives analysis for how to address this. We also talk, similar to wells, we also talk about septic systems, and this actually was part of the reason why we addressed the Bernardo Station area the way that we did when we adjusted Chapter 2 for land use for that area, because we are getting applications for development there, and there is no sewage system in the street, no sewer conveyance system, and folks want to build private septic. Next slide. Circulation. So I've been going a while. I'm gonna gleefully tell you we're getting there. So there was modeling from the previous draft of the land use plan. It was based on the build out of the Chapter 2 from December 2018. The build out of this version of the land use plan is similar. It's a little bit lower. It wasn't different enough for the sake of rerunning the traffic models. It was, we're really not going to see any significant difference. That said, we know that Connect the Coast site is really actively working with San Mateo County Mid-Coast and paying a lot of attention to our build out and vice versa. So I'm hoping, and I think they are too, because we're talking a lot, that we may end up sharing a model and doing another model run with their most recent build out, which could be incorporating their certified LCP and maybe any other adjustments that they need to make from that, as well as ours, and that we could really benefit, we hope, their process as well as this one at a future time. But you've got enough modeling in Appendix B in terms of level of service for roadway segments. None of those letter grades of F are a surprise to anyone. The delay factor that was used previously, we borrowed that idea, frankly, from the Connect the Coast side, because it's such a good way to visualize what level of service is like, what it would be like to have to take 3 times as much time to travel a roadway segment as you do now, for example, as a way to really understand that. The emphasis on the town boulevard is pumped up in this version of the document, because we took that from the Coastal Access and Recreation chapter, and we tried to put all of the really big infrastructure into the Public Works chapter. And so the attention of Highway 1 and Highway 92 lands now in Chapter 3. You will notice, though, that the modeling that's presented in Appendix B for level of service and roadway segment delay really consistently, we saw it before, but it is showing how impacted Highway 1 north of 92 is right now. And that impact is current and would only worsen. Highway 92 becomes even more heavily impacted over time as the build out of the plan would progress. South of 92, Highway 1 performs better. That said, we don't have the greatest weekend travel modeling that we could have. This is something I really want to do with the county if we are able to do more modeling. We can buy data now. This is something I've not been able to do in the past. We can buy data from streetlight data. We can buy Waze data. This is could really inform and deepen our understanding of how this roadway segment is working, although it models pretty well right now, which is why land use concerns for the intensity of uses on Highway 92 and north of Highway 92 on Highway 1 is focused on lower intensity uses. And you also saw that if you read the water section, that's also a concern because of how quickly water connections can get used up by higher intensity uses. All right, we are at a pretty graphic for the town boulevard and coastal access routes and intersection improvements. And the watershed map. By the way, Commission, we want to know where you want this. We've got 2 places where it can be. We put it in both and we want it in one so that if we ever amend it, we don't have to amend it 2 times. Right now it's in chapter 6 in the hydrology section of that natural resources chapter. This is an existing watershed map. It will be updated from time to time. It's one thing that hesitate about using a map like this in your LCP, because if we update the map, we're going to have to amend our LCP. Although I would hope that would be something of a de minimis amendment for the Coastal Commission to help us keep that up to date. But that's the best map we have, and we just are not sure where it's the most helpful for you. Next. Okay, I'm not covering a lot on stormwater because we already covered it quite a bit when we talked about chapter 6. But if you have questions tonight about green infrastructure planning, any of the policies, there's some high level policy about One Water. There's more specific policies about acknowledging, actually, Brittany, go back one because I should have noted, look at the town center boundary in blue, that bright blue boundary, noting that almost all of the town center is in the Pillarcitos basin. That's important for your planning consideration because that's a focused area for development. And the town center is a place where not everywhere, but a lot of it is going to be less green space, more impervious surface, less room for swales and green infrastructure, and the thinking about collecting stormwater and managing it through a green infrastructure approach, which is the kinds of things that I was just talking about, is going to need to be done pretty proactively, and may need to include space in the town center area or possibly even outside of the town center area to have enough capacity. So as simple as that idea is, that map right there really makes that pop out as something important for you to think about in planning and for the public works capital improvement programming to help with. Okay, and where are we, Brittany? Oh my gosh, our list of amazing appendices. Not to be missed, folks. The appendices are really important in any document, but this one, we think they're going to help you a lot. Appendix A is a compilation of things that were mostly included in the chapters in the previous draft, and they provide excellent guidance for how coastal development permits would be processed, how master planning would be accomplished, and a very specific list of implementation measures that need to be made to update the zoning map and the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance for implementing the policies of the local coastal land use plan. As Chair Benjamin was noting tonight about the minutes, we need to follow the policy document with an implementation document so that the Coastal Commission can certify the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the community's hopefully preferred version of land use planning policy for the city. So Appendix A covers that in quite a bit of detail. It also includes some new kinds of permits that we have been talking to interested parties about who've wanted to know how to do more creative development forms on small lots. So there's an idea in there that we brought forward. Again, we've talked about build out a lot and Appendix B and public works capacity. Appendix C is that table that moved out of the natural resources chapter that was really important to keep handy. It's a great resource. We didn't want to lose it, but we did not need to keep it in the chapter. Appendix D is the former Appendix A. These are all of the amendments to the certified LCP that have happened over time, over the 20, almost 5 years since it was certified, as well as appeals. And then Appendix E is forthcoming. We heard some comments at the last study session about public input, and what we're trying to do is make sure that anyone who hasn't been participating over the last few years gets time with us so we can catch them up, because you're going to see a very robust Appendix E that outlines all of the neighborhood sessions, the survey, the workshops, the open houses, the General Plan Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission ad hoc guidance through a long series of in-depth study sessions with the Commission. All of that will be in Appendix E. And I think Brittany gets to take over, and that is a good news.
Yeah, I'll just finish up with the new material. So there are a couple updates to the glossary and list of acronyms to reflect changes that were made in the chapters for the final draft. There are also several new definitions that were included to improve user friendliness and clarity of the chapter and its context. We've talked about two of those in detail tonight, the Coastal Act priority uses and local priority uses. We also included a definition for essential services, which did not make it on this slide. And then for Chapter 6, we also included a definition of meander belt and special status species. So you will see those in the glossary. And then we wanted to highlight a couple things that have occurred since the last study session. So we've been actively meeting with stakeholder groups and property owners and other interested parties. And you'll see in the memo that you received this afternoon, that's available on our website as well, the agriculture community has really shown up and provided comment letters from multiple different parties. So we wanted to highlight that here. There are a couple common threads that you'll see. Most importantly, the question is, how can we effectively support the agriculture community and their businesses? There's a lot of nuance to that. We encourage you to read through the scope of what that includes in those comment letters. and it's something we will be looking at how we can refine for the hearing coming up on the 25th. So we welcome any recommendations on that. We will also be continuing to meet and talk with the agricultural community before the 25th. Another related topic was brought up about the usefulness of the agriculture land use designation, and just the question of what really is the incentive for moving into that land use designation. It is a very good question. This was brought forward prior to the rural coastal concept, which is replacing the reserve land use designations. And it may be that it is not necessary anymore. The rural coastal land use designation is really intended to be fully supportive of multiple types of ag operations and uses, and we could consider not needing an additional agriculture land use designation. We also wanted to discuss briefly what we can do to effectively support ag in the context of what we have to do in this local coastal program as required by the Coastal Act versus what we can do under our local controls as a city. So we do need to do things like protect coastal water quality, environmentally sensitive habitat, prime agricultural soils, and those are things that you all see emphasized throughout this document. But we have tried to bring in ideas beyond that to additionally protect and support agriculture operations. You'll see in Chapter 2, there's a policy introducing the idea for a coastal development permit waiver, which would provide a way for expedited permitting processes for things that meet the definition of development, but may not involve any coastal resource impacts and would be more easily expedited. We could also consider fees. So we do already have different fee structures for affordable housing. This is a concept that we could consider applying to agricultural uses and permits related to agricultural development. So this is something the Planning Commission and City Council could consider. It could even be done separately from the land use plan. And we received a few other comment letters and have had other discussions with groups other than the ag community. You'll see the first comment letter attached to your memos from the Resource Conservation District highlighting their concern with the way that the Natural Resources chapter characterizes eucalyptus and stuff. We'll go back and read through in that lens and consult with our biologist prior to the hearing on the 25th, and we welcome any additional feedback on that. We've also heard a number of suggested map revisions that we will explore further and welcome your feedback on that as well. The first is the 14.5 acre property behind the Frenchman's Creek subdivision. It's currently in a residential low density land use designation. We have proposed to put it into the rural coastal land use. The landowner would prefer the residential designation, but we did want to highlight that this would be fine. We do have two concerns, though. The property is located within the very high fire hazard zone, and the current zoning is not consistent with the residential low density land use designation. So if we were to retain the current land use designation of low density residential, we may like to consider revising the zoning to match the land use designation. And the other map change, and I'm sorry, I don't have the land use map up, but I can grab it if we need to, is the 80 acres owned by Post south of Seymour. This was previously within the North Wave Crest PD boundary. We're proposing to move it out of the PD boundary and put it into rural coastal as well. We have gotten some feedback that this may not be protective enough for this land, and it may be more appropriate for a open space for conservation land use designation. So those are for your consideration. And that is it. Thank you for listening to that, and we can take clarifying questions now.
Thank you very much, Brittany, and for Jill, both of you. Thank you for that report. Just a little bit of housekeeping here. It's now about 7:30. We're a half hour into the period where our regularly scheduled meeting was to begin. Is it the will of the commission or the recommendation of staff that we continue to some later discrete point and then switch over into the regular meeting, or do you want to adjourn and begin the regular meeting with the continuation with clarifying questions? What is
through the chair?
Yes.
I would recommend that we continue this special meeting until we've concluded, and then move the regular meeting to whatever time we finish this special meeting.
Thank you. Are there any staff? Do you have any suggestions or concerns, or is this 6 of one, half dozen of the other?
This is Winter. I think it's fine either way, as long as we're clear and stated on the record.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, barring any objection, I'm happy to go with Commissioner Hernandez and roll on. Does anybody have any other concerns? Hearing none, why don't we continue then with the Planning Commission's clarifying questions? Who would like to begin that dialogue? And I only have so many things open because the window is showing me the presentation rather than the matrix of participants.
Through the chair.
There we are. I can see you now, Rick. The chair recognizes Commissioner Hernandez.
So can city staff clarify the status of the Podesta lot in the new classification scheme that we have? And just, I think I've heard members of the public express concern that Podesta may be part of this rural coastal classification. Can city staff clarify what the actual status is?
Yes, it is proposed to be carried forward as a planned development. So it is not proposed for the rural coastal land use designation.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Very good. Who else has clarifying questions?
I have. So through the chair, I wanted to check, I in one of the previous slides, we don't need to go to it, but there was a mention of the different mechanisms for supporting ag. And there was expedited permits and reduced fees. And it wasn't clear to me whether those were things that the staff would be looking at to consider in revisions, or whether there was some policy already in the chapter 2. I think it was mentioned chapter 2. And so I hadn't seen that. And I just wanted to, if there is something already in here, if you could point us to that.
Yes, let me find the policy number. You want to say it's 2-11 on the expedited permitting. Yes, policy 2-11 development permit requirements introduces the concept of a more expedited permitting procedure, such as a CDP waiver.
And just to clarify, it doesn't necessarily only apply to ag uses. Okay.
And then fees is not something we explicitly addressed with respect to agriculture yet. It is something we would like to hear your thoughts on, and something that we don't necessarily have to do through the land use plan.
Anything else, Commissioner Polgar? Commissioner Hold?
I was just going to kind of jump on that. So we did get a couple comments from local agricultural operators, and appreciate their comments. And I think they were well-reasoned and raised good points. And I think we are all in support of doing what we can to make sure we retain agriculture in our community. So I just wanted to hear from staff. We have heard from individual landowners, but what has been done today in terms of, as this has been developed, outreach, I guess, to the Farm Bureau or NRCS or other entities that have been able to, I guess, provide some insight on policies that can be protective of agriculture?
Yeah, so we've held several meetings over the course of the land use plan and general plan update as a whole. You'll see that categorized in Appendix E, and we'll have that prepared for you for the 25th hearing. But there have been a number of meetings over the past 5 or 6 years, and we plan to meet next week with these stakeholder groups as well.
I'd like to, if that's okay, I'd like to pop in just for a moment on that. We've specifically met with the Farm Bureau several times, and we are looking forward to seeing them again. And we've had actually email dialogue with them over time. I know that the plan has changed quite a bit since we last met with them, so we really appreciate how quickly they turned around the review with really clear feedback on policy. They're policy specific. They're noting where they wish there were changes. They're asking, where did that policy go? And what does this change mean? Or, gosh, we like this. And they're expressing some support. We're really happy to keep working with them. We also met with the Resource Conservation District several times. We met with the former Ag Commissioner, Mr. Crowder, who is now retired, but we've met with him, and we've met with several of our ag property owners, and some of them quite a few times, and we have ongoing communication, and we are delighted by how much time they spend with us and have taught us, and we know that we'll never know it all. We're just trying to support what we're learning from them. Outside of that, we're also, I've met with the folks over at San Mateo County Department of Housing regarding agricultural worker housing. I've had a few meetings with them about that. And we have met with other community members who are really focused on the needs of ag workers and their specific service needs for access, needs for housing, and needs for housing security and job security. So it's coming at it from a lot of different directions, and it's field ag, it's related to equestrian businesses, as well as greenhouse operators. So there's quite a span. Yes, we wish there was more, but we feel good about having made these connections and keeping those going. I also want to note, we are making a lot of time meeting with people right now. And so we want to make sure that folks don't feel jammed. We are meeting with people every day and getting through all their comments in one meeting sometimes, and other times we're scheduling a second session. But that's what we're doing. That's what we're here for. And we'll make sure that we're we're available to anybody in the ag community who wants to work with us.
Thank you. I'm good.
Vice Chair Reddick.
Thank you, Chair Benjamin. A couple of clarifying questions concerning the circulation tables in the appendix. I'm trying to, on table 9, B9, trying to understand the delay factors there for the 6 different levels of service. Please.
So let me catch up to you for a second.
I see the title of that chart or table, Jill, says delay in seconds, but the numbers seem like there's something else.
Oh, yes, you are right. I'm gonna have to revisit this with you. I see what you're saying, and I saw your email come through this afternoon, and I didn't have time to prepare. So
no, I know you were very busy.
We'll see if Maz and I can work on this in the background and make this correction. One thing I do want to note is there are 2 kinds of level of service things that you'll see in traffic studies, and one is applicable to intersections and specific turn movements. That is the kind of traffic study that you'll see with a project. These are roadway segments, so it's higher level, and we'll get the right unit for you, and I'm sorry about that. This is also different than the concept of delay factor that's in the next table, where we're saying if it takes 5 minutes to travel the length of a particular roadway during free flow conditions, but it takes 15 minutes to do it during a peak period, that would be 3 times longer. That would be a delay factor of 3. So that's a different component.
And it seems those are probably the delay factors that you're using in table 10.
Yes, that's what is at the bottom of table 10. And then Maz and I will have a sidebar on cleaning up table 9. I think it's just an issue with the units. I think everything else is correct, and we'll make sure that we get that right for you. Thank you for your astute attention to that.
Well, I'm curious about it. Obviously, the circulation is an important part of our our current lives on the coast and going forward. I was going to ask you in table 10 if the levels of service, for instance, when it says Highway 1 North during AM peak hour, if that means Highway 1 north of Highway 92, but unclear whether that's northbound or southbound. But I don't think it makes any difference because they're pretty routine. The levels are pretty much the same in every case.
It's a blended delay. We did not have it calculated separately. If we are to do a second model on this with the county, we would go ahead and do that in both directions. I think it'll be more interesting for the commute period. You'll see that obviously being different, but for the weekend, I'm not sure that we're going to see that much of a difference one way or the other. But we'll learn if we're able to do that.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Steve? Okay. Yeah, the 1993 circulation element, I believe, did model southbound and northbound on Highway 1 as separate. We got separate counts. I don't remember. I think the summary suggested that if you had gridlock in one direction, then you'd call that length of road F, regardless of whether it was northbound or southbound during that period. It's been a while since I've looked at it. It was full of all kinds of little Easter eggs. So I had questions on a couple of the other pieces of infrastructure for clarity. One was in the table where we talked about how much water we had in our sort of budget projecting. I wondered how much of, there wasn't a separation between the water that we were developing locally on one hand, and on the other hand, the water that we get from the Bay Area, from the Hetch Hetchy system, basically. That we have, in order to understand how much water is available for how much water we are reserving. Maybe perhaps my question could be better phrased as, for our water supply, how much of it is coming from Hetch Hetchy and how much of it is locally developed, with the implication being, our Hetch Hetchy water is subject to renegotiation at some point. Am I correct?
So the total water supply for the district service area is 1,000 million gallons per year. And I'm going to use those units because they're a lot easier when we're talking about all of the water. 80% of that, 800 million gallons, is the Hetchy supply, the BOSCA agreed amount, which is called a supply assurance. And the supply assurance is a real serious thing. And you can count on it except for when you can't, which is with really significant droughts. There are required conservation measures that must be taken. We also understand that there's been legislation or potential legislation, I should say, regarding the use of so much Hetchy water. So that hasn't come to fruition yet, but that's something that just should be noted. Local supplies right now are, CCWD is assigning those to be on the order of 200 million gallons a year. So the 20%, the remaining 20% is a combination of their Denniston wells and other local sources that, could be expanded or could contract depending on various conditions. I don't feel qualified to answer all of that. I'm sure the Water District would be happy to help us with that at some point. We did not count any supply. We didn't assume that reclaimed water would be available, so we didn't count it. We hope it will be, but we did not assume it. The 1996 Certified Land Use Plan actually assumed it would be done, and they assigned use of reclaimed water to some of the coastal act priority uses. We didn't do that. So. Right.
Okay. And in a different, similar but similarly shaped but different vein, in the wastewater treatment budgets, we listed the peak dry flows, the peak wet flows, and we had as issues the I&I, and I just want to focus on the I&I. Is the assumption that we have an adequate supply for peak wet weather and peak dry flows? Is that built on the assumption that we are resolving I&I, or does it suggest that at the existing rate of I&I, we'd still be fine, that we would not have peak wet weather flow problems during the period to build out? I guess that's Tamaz. He appeared.
Hi, I've been here. I just had kids running around the background. Chair Benjamin, members of the commission and public, thank you. Maz Buzergini here. We've been doing a lot of effort on I&I reduction projects over the last 4 years. We have a number of high priority areas where we had some issues with manholes and the above ground systems, and we've been going through and replacing those. We've also gone through and done some rerouting of some of the pipes after we've noticed some anomalies from the model. So we've been able to make those improvements and reduce the amount of I&I overall that we think is present. And we're continuing to do so as we move forward. We actually are going to be going to the council on the 18th to award another manhole rehab project to address 9 other, I think about actually 12 other critical manholes that that have been introducing more I&I into our system.
So let me see if I understand the reply. It is that we will satisfy our peak wet weather flows. We're okay at the build out level 2040 without any additional plans for addressing I&I. Is that what you just said? That we have everything that we need to achieve that?
Well, the I&I is, I mean, the I&I is affected by the age and deterioration of the pipe and the infrastructure as well. So as long as we continue on the path that we are at, we've done a lot of work to catch up on the backlog of repairs. But if we continue making the investment that we are now and moving forward, we do not foresee an issue with I&I when it comes to the peak wet weather flows.
Right. So for maintenance, so if we continue the existing maintenance program, does that incorporate an understanding of the maintenance program in the areas that are beyond Half Moon Bay and the El Granada and Montera portions of the treatment infrastructure?
We do. It does touch on that a little bit in this document. Actually, the Montera system, they've been doing a pretty good job overall on I&I. They've had historically low levels. El Granada District, they've been working on their programs and trying to increase their frequency of improvements. So it's all going in the right direction. It's just something that it's taken a little bit of time to get to.
Okay, so you don't anticipate that it's contingent on some dramatic new level of program to achieve adequate capacity at 2040 at build out.
Right, correct.
Thank you very much. And then I wanted to ask Winter about the memo that we received earlier this afternoon. The employee housing discussion really, it wasn't that I was gobsmacked, but I definitely had to sort of stop and think about the ramifications of that section. It was unclear to me, for example, whether when we, it sounded like we might or might not be able to count those in a Measure D space. But when we ask about what kind of water connections might be required, there might be ramifications for our modeling. So I guess the high level question for me to ask is, do you think that our models are adequately reflect the ability to accommodate the kinds of employee housing that we would anticipate? That's probably a Jill/Winter question, but I had to address it to you because it's your memo.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to take the first swing at it, and then Jill can jump in.
Thank you.
I think the important thing to note, especially for the Measure D discussion, is that really the answer to the question is almost irrelevant about to what goes on with the workforce housing overlay. This state statute has been in effect for more than 30 years. And to date, as far as I know, there haven't been any applications or development of workforce housing that qualifies under that state statute. So I'm not sure, in terms of that type of housing, how much is anticipated to come into the city, given that, we've had a long time with that statute already in place and not a lot. In fact, as far as I know, no proposed workforce housing in that realm. So obviously we're hoping, and there are policies encouraging workforce housing in the overlay. And that is, the purpose of those policies. And again, we tried to help with the memo to kind of lay out where the overlap was between the kind of workforce housing overlay or housing that you would get in the overlay compared to the housing that would be covered by the Employee Housing Act. And at this point, it's just not really clear, how much would fall into one category, the other, or at that intersection of the Venn diagram. So I am not the modeler, I am the lawyer. I will leave it to Jill to say whether she thinks it has any implications for the modeling. But in terms of the water connections and the Measure D certificate question, I don't think it would have, a significant impact on the numbers.
Thank you. Jill, anything to add? You're muted.
So only to add that, as already noted, it really, it doesn't concern me from the modeling perspective for water supply at all. I'm not at all concerned about that. But it would open up another type of connection, possibly to some of the units, maybe very, very few, a very limited number of them, which is clear from what Winter just presented, not something that we've had a hot demand for. That they might be able to use some coastal act priority connections, although we don't know, that's not concluded. It would result in the same outcome, maybe at a little bit earlier time when connections are in short supply, depending on which pot they're coming out of, and whether or not the city was going to advocate for creating more, whether the water district was going to seek more through a coastal development permit. All of that is the same conversation, I think, for the same reasons and the same types of uses.
And the employee housing is not, as I understood it, it would be difficult to impose an affordability restriction, which means that where workforce housing would address affordability, employee housing would not necessarily.
And not in the same way. We need to be clear that the employee housing for agricultural workers is very, very likely going to, if it was to happen, would house qualifying households for the affordability levels that we're talking about with the workforce housing overlay. We would expect this to have very, very strong overlap. So I think that's important. We're not looking at high income households who are being housed by their employer on ag properties. This is still doing the intent of, state law wouldn't have set this up if it wasn't accomplishing something that needed to be addressed. So we see it as having a lot of overlap.
Okay, I would probably want to drill down some more on this during the after we've heard from the public and we're back in comments. So thank you for that. Are there colleagues, while I was talking, did anybody come up with other clarifying questions? Commissioner Hernandez, followed by Commissioner Holt, I think. I thought I saw a hand there. Nope.
So I got a general question and a slightly more specific question that I'd like to address. The first one is when I talked to my dad, who is not far removed from the sharecropping world, and who, before he passed away, conveyed to me the concept of the company store. I worry about workforce housing and the idea that people who work in workforce housing or live in workforce housing are in thrall to the owners of the land. The first question is, can city staff or Winter address the protections that are in place for workers who live on workforce housing to make sure that the abuses that we've heard about in the past aren't replicated in this current model or in this proposed model?
I can talk just very briefly about the protections in place for employee housing that is permitted under the state statute. And I think, as you said at the last, or asked about at the last study session, Commissioner Hernandez, one of the, the protections for that type of housing really come from HCD. There is state regulatory oversight of that type of workforce housing. I'm not intimately familiar with exactly how they regulate it. We could certainly provide you with some more information, but that is sort of, it goes hand in hand with the permission to develop it, and encouraging the development of it is the sort of state regulation to make sure that it is safe and sanitary and all those things. I'm not sure how much they get into the regulation of the kind of economic dynamics between employer and employee, but that's the for the state, the workforce housing, the employee housing that's under the state statute. I don't know if Jill or Brittany wants to talk about under the overlay. I think at this point we are talking about general land use policies, and there's going to be an implementation plan. So there will be opportunities to refine this with further regulations. But Jill, do you have anything more?
I just wanted to add one more thing about that for the overlay for agriculture. This is one of the reasons why we specifically thought it would be most appropriate for the overlay to allow the housing to be not just for folks who work at a particular site, but to be coastside oriented employees. So they had some more flexibility about that. And we think that's just really important. And I remember having this conversation with you when you were on the ad hoc committee, and it left a deep impact. It was really important to us. We learned a lot from you on that. And so we're hoping that the concept of the coastside orientation for this is something that is vetted enough and people understand it and give feedback, but understand that there's some real strong reasons for having that.
Excuse me, Rick, just a point of order. It's now about 8 o'clock, and I understand that Bridget has received some inquiries about the timing of our regular meeting. So maybe, Jill, do you want to comment on the way forward? Do you want to switch over to the regular meeting, or shall we keep going as we are?
Moving to the regular meeting is just really, in this case, we have to do it because you have a business item. As Winter said, you can do it whenever you wish to do it. The process of reviewing the item at hand in study session, where we're getting through the Planning Commission clarifying questions, regardless of what meeting we're in, it will be followed by public comment. Everyone gets their 3 minutes. Regardless of what meeting we're in, the Planning Commission will then take the item in and have a discussion and tell staff what to do. And we will make sure that we cover next steps, which is really important. And then we will move on at some point to your business item.
Thank you very much. I just wanted the public to hear what you just said about being sure there'd be an opportunity to comment. Please excuse the interruption, Rick. Carry on.
No, this is very good. The reason why I keep raising this question is because from meeting to meeting, people keep asking me this question. So I think it's important for the public to make sure that we're not creating a problematic situation as it pertains to workforce housing. So thank you. I know we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the situation is tip top, and I trust the professionalism of city staff to deal with that. You've already hinted where we're going. I just want to ask the question explicitly. Okay, so we've got a draft document, a final draft document. This is the second meeting that we've had on this plan. I want to understand two things. First one is, what is the process for continuing to incorporate feedback from the public on this plan? And two, once we have received that feedback, what are the next steps in terms of moving this to the city council or the coastal commission as a document? When can we say, after, for me, 5.5 years of working on this, when can we say we're going to move this forward to the next step? I just want to understand that process.
All right. So the big dates are planned and noticed, and of course things can happen, but our intent is to see you on August 25th with a public hearing, with a recommendation, with an errata sheet of the things that we have identified as relatively minor, and we have been posting all along. We show our math and we show our boo-boos, and it's all on the web. And then with the more substantive that are coming up, you ask, what is this public input process? How do you do it, and how does it become realized in your decision making? Well, a good example of that is what happened between your last study session and this one, and the memo that you received today, covering several comment letters, for which we have not finished parsing all the way through them, but we will, and we will keep meeting with folks. We expect to get more letters, and we are a team of people who are doing research together and preparing responses to everything. So you're going to see probably some recommended revisions. Brittany presented a couple tonight, just a couple little map changes. These are not big game changers. They don't blow out the build out one way or the other. They don't change the concept of having a town center and a town boulevard and all of that. If that comes unpinned, we've got a different story. But assuming that the foundation is what we believe it to be, we think we can bring you something with well-documented revisions and a recommendation on the 25th. And then we have City Council scheduled for a 2-part hearing on September 29th and October 6th. So we have a month and a half or more to their second hearing. If they need more time, they can continue their item. If you need more time, you can continue your item on the 25th. We have time, and we're making sure that we're spending the time with folks who really need to be working with us on it, as well as with you.
Thank you, Jill. I just I hearken back to Mark Massara's comment that, hey, we should have more workshops. I think the time frame for workshops and public sessions is long past, but I do think as we listen to feedback from the community and they have thoughtful, clarifying questions or written comments that they want to add to the public record, it sounds like we're going to have plenty of time to let people digest what we've put in front of them and give us that feedback so that we can make a thoughtful and appropriate path forward with this document as we move to the next steps. So I just wanted to clarify, and that's what I heard from you. So could you just confirm that?
And you know, one thing that we are reminded by, Bridget reminded me today, we should have been doing this a couple months ago. We got really derailed by COVID enforcement and other things that happened as we made adjustments. But what we're doing right now is the exact sequence that we had intended to do when I submitted my work plan to the city manager for finishing the land use plan. It's just we're a few months behind that. So this has been the intent.
Well, we're living in strange times indeed. I appreciate the work that city staff has done. I thank you for clarifying the scheduled timeframes that we have in front of us, and I'm appreciative of all the work that everybody's doing. And Through the chair, I'm done with any clarifying questions.
Thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions, colleagues? Seeing none, it's time to open the public hearing. So if you would like to comment on the study session item, this is a time to follow Bridget's directions, and perhaps for people who have joined in late, we can remind them they can raise their hand or they can dial in. Maybe you should repeat the number, Bridget.
Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to share one thing because I know public cannot see each other at this point in time. It looks like we have 42 people in attendance and 55 total. So that includes the faces here that we see tonight on our panelist as well. And I just wanted to share before we get a public comment, my screen for just a second. I did a screenshot just a few moments ago. And it kind of just shows at the time we had 43 people. So I don't know if everybody can see that at the moment, but I just wanted to share that little bit that we do have all these people that are live with us right now. And we're excited to have 56 total people on. So I will go back to just letting you guys all know that since we do have lots of community members in attendance, we just want to let you know that you will have Chair Benjamin will open up the public comment time. Those wanting to speak will just need to raise their hand, and I will acknowledge them on the first list and follow suit from there down. It's *6 in case anyone has forgotten. I will control mute and unmute, and then it'll prompt you to unmute yourself to speak. You'll have 3 minutes, and there will be a timer that will show up on the screen. So for your time to speak. And that is all I have for right now. So it's all you.
Bridget, how many hands do we have raised at the moment?
Currently, it's growing, but we have 10 people.
10 people. Okay, very good. So I'm opening the public hearing. And Bridget, why don't you invite the first speaker to join us, and welcome.
Okay, so the first speaker I have is Lenny Roberts, and I will allow her to speak.
Oh, hi. Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, great. Thank you very much. And I'm Lenny Roberts, speaking for Green Foothills. We used to be Committee for Green Foothills. We made it simpler. And I know other people have done this in the prior hearings, but I really want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that the commissioners have put in, the staff has put in, all the time and care you've taken in reviewing and creating the draft land use plan. The whole planning team has done a prodigious amount of work. And I do have to acknowledge though that it's a rather daunting job for the public to go through the final draft with a fairly short window to review it and then make, informed and careful comments. So I just have a couple of observations tonight. I will submit some more written ones, but I want to focus on agriculture because it's one of the items that topics I've been particularly interested in over the years that I've been advocate for Green Foothills. Agriculture, as you know, is one of the highest priority land uses under the Coastal Act, second only to coastal dependent and coastal related development. And Half Moon Bay is blessed really with some of the highest and the finest agricultural land anywhere due to the fact that you have broad coastal terraces with deeper soils and alluvial valleys that are they're all comprised of prime soils. And you also have a unique microclimate. So a large variety of specialty crops can be grown, many of them throughout the entire year. As the final LUP draft notes, city residents and visitors alike highly value not only the open space provided by the farmlands, but there's also greater public awareness of the value of local fresh produce. And Chair Benjamin noted at your last meeting that the pandemic that we are experiencing has elevated the importance of locally grown fresh produce, flowers, and livestock. And a thriving and resilient local food system can avoid the interruptions that large agribusiness sectors have experienced in other parts of the country. So we agree that this is a potential game changer for coastside farmers, and it's important for the city to ensure that the open farm fields are not converted to other uses and that the land use plan contains supportive policies. While some of the non-agricultural uses may be allowable, they should be strictly limited so they don't become the predominant land use. We want to take a little closer look at some of the provisions. And we certainly support the provision of on-site farm worker housing that's located within a limited area of the property with eligibility requirements that don't limit only to the farm, but to the farming in the I would say probably a little more local than the entire coastal zone. Perhaps maybe from San Gregorio north all the way to Devil Slide. And lastly, I'd just like to, I've already brought it up with Jill. I'm concerned about the rural coastal term, which is not really a land use designation. And there may be a better way to find a better description. Since rural generally means uses that don't require municipal services. Marin County's LCP update. No, I'm sorry, I've just jumped off to something else. Forget that. I'll just stop here because my time's up, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next, Bridget?
Okay. I have to switch screens here. I have the next person I have is Linda Croce Anderson, and I will allow you to speak.
Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am a Half Moon Bay resident as well as a local realtor. And one thing I'd like to bring up with all the concern over additional housing and jobs causing more traffic on the coast, has anybody done an analysis or thought about doing an analysis regarding those individuals who are currently working from home now on the advent of COVID, and how this is going to impact in the long term? Because personally, I've heard of a lot of companies that aren't going to be having people go back full time any longer. So I also wanted to ask if there were any plans to create jobs for coastsiders and keep them on the coast rather than creating a reverse commute situation. And that's just some things to ponder. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Ms. Anderson. Bridget?
Looks like we have Joaquin Jimenez, and I will open that up for him.
Welcome, Joaquin.
Can you hear me?
There you are. Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, we've been bringing up this issue to the community, to the city council meetings about affordable housing. And one of the things I want to make clear is we, the Latino community, are also very interested in the conservation of our agricultural heritage. We understand agriculture in our area is very important for the community. But with that, we also need the housing for farm workers. We need affordable housing. We've been needing affordable housing for some time already. So, so there's several things actually that we looked at, some sites, in the Half Moon Bay area for some affordable housing and for some, farm labor housing. We keep in mind, walking distance to our local schools, shops, clinics, bus stops, make sure it's safe for the environment, about traffic, it's always in mind. So there's a lot of things, that we have taken into consideration. As you know, we have multi-family households in Half Moon Bay. We have 2-3 families living in a small apartment. then that's not healthy for the families. So that's one of the biggest concerns, especially right now with COVID-19 going, happening, in our community. One of the questions that I have is, I believe was Brittany brought up letters from the agricultural community. Were any of those letters from the farm workers or their families? It's just, a question that I have for you. So one of the things, we keep, seeing is, the need for farm workers. We've been losing, a lot of the farms in the area. Now they're pretty much, empty fields because we are running out of farm laborers. They're moving on, moving somewhere else. It is expensive for them to be in the area. So farm labor housing and affordable housing is very important for our community. Like I said, we already looked into some sites, with some possibilities, to build. So just want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Joaquin.
Okay.
Good.
Next person we have is Judy Taylor.
Very good. Welcome, Judy.
First, I have to say your staff is stellar.
We know. We agree.
Sam Carr is going to send some written comments. We have a lot of things to say about housing and that sort of thing. And these are much more personal comments. And though I haven't been a Half Moon Bay proper resident for a number of years, I've been on the coast for 46 years. And I know that the document that we're seeing tonight is a reflection of what you've been hearing in this process. But I gotta say, it's a document that could have been presented 46 years ago, and I fear very much it could be presented 46 years from now, and not a hell of a lot's gonna have changed. And I don't know what it's gonna take to change that. I've listened to the rhetoric, and I've seen an enormous amount of energy and passion and intellect brought to a lot of problems on the coast side over the years. And we have a situation where the Coastal Commission has boxed us in. Those of us who are residents are basically seen as a necessary evil and to be gotten rid of as soon as possible. And so visitor serving and those kinds of things are always going to take priority. And what it takes for us to get around the coast side is really not of relevance. And I get that and I understand that. But at the same time, there has, in all of my years being on the coast, there's not a thing that we can look at and point another community to and say, this is how you get it right. This document could have been written for just about any community. There's nothing in it that really reflects the values that we say we have. Several years ago, we had a sewer problem in El Granada, and an engineer went down to a Central Coast town and saw that they had the same kinds of problems and there was building going on, went in and talked to them. They offered builders an incentive that for every 2 gallons of water that they saved in retrofitting old plumbing devices, they got 1 gallon of credit towards a new connection. We have got a lot of things that we have to fix, and traffic is one of them. We're not going to fix any of our problems until we start keeping more of our coast-siders on the coast. And there's nothing in this document that does that. And the thing that does talk about jobs in the dock is pulling them into downtown, which is just creating a shorter version of the traffic problem that we already have. And so, I think a lot of what my issues with this, they're more about, the aspiration and what I would love to see my community doing and what I don't. And I'm disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I really do feel that we could do a lot better. And we've got a lot of great people here. And this is just more of the same. So thank you for listening. Thank you for all the work. Appreciate it. But God, we can do better.
Thank you very much, Judy. Bridget?
Okay. Next, we have Mike Ferreira.
Welcome, Mr. Ferrer.
Unmute.
Yep, there you are. You're fine.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I will start with congratulations to the staff for moving the product to this stage. Although we have a bit to go. With me, there's always a bit to go, but they've done a lot of work with a considerable amount of sensitivity. I want to commend Commissioner Hernandez for talking about the company store aspect that we need to avoid. And I would add to that, that, you know, we have businesses that in a dynamic economy that come to an end. And when that happens, when the work is gone, what happens to the workforce housing? I think that's an important thing to ponder. Generally, the very best affordable housing is affordable housing that's in the core, where people and families can walk to groceries, have the kids walk to school, to bicycle around, to work in the downtown, which is somewhat starving for workers, really. And from downtown to the workplace is not that difficult, and it's less than half of the trips, something like 40%. So the priority really needs to be affordable housing in the downtown. For all of our sake, for congestion's sake, for a peaceful life, for being certain about where the kids are as much as you can. I also would like to bring up a slightly new topic, which is that we have in the plan, we have a draft for lot retirement and also one for density transfers. And I really don't know why we want to have a duplicative process when the Coastal Commission has an exhaustive process for handling density transfers, and they cover all the bases. And I'm not sure that we can want to go and duplicate that for density transfers. Not to mention the fact that quite often the receiver property is not crazy about getting transfers historically. So once again, it's a lot of very good work. Hopefully there's just a short way to go to get it quite right. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Bridget?
Okay. Just 1 second here. The next person I have is Joe Farrell, and I'll allow him to talk.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Farrell.
Just unclick your mute if you can.
Hi there, can you hear me?
There you go. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I had some cockpit errors. Thank you for acknowledging me. And I want to say, first of all, I had a chance to spend some hours with report today. And I want to thank the staff. This is a great deal of work, and it's really very good. And I want to thank the commissioners for putting in their time on this. And my comments are really around communications that might help our community to understand this better. to be able to support, first of all, to be able to know and then support the town and the planning commission and have confidence that they're doing what they think is right. So a few things. One is, to some of the things I heard with Jill was we did a great deal of planning, and it's very clear there's a detailed level. What I would suggest is think about using some terms, or a term called directionally correct, because that's really what planning is all you need to do is get it close. Down in the details, you can get down much deeper, but if we're just saying directionally correct and get to an aggregation, that's great for concepts. The second thing I would say is, as I read this plan, I kept thinking about how to distill this down to something that's meaningful. And if you think about an organization like Apple, they spend a great deal of time. They're a very, very technical company, but you don't hear about all of their technical whiz bangs. You hear about the distillation of what that means to life. And if somehow this plan could be distilled down for the commissioners and for the city council and for the for the citizens to be able to understand what planning is going to do and what that means and how they're going to be able to react, I think that would be a game changer. Because from being here for 30 years, I never understood what was going on. And so much of this was black box. And sometimes I felt like this is something that's not necessary. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if someone has bought them, which of course they haven't, but it was very opaque. And so I would strongly suggest you think about that. And then the last thing is, and I say this with an eye to the Dunes Beach project, but it's not about the Dunes Beach project. But when there are major projects that come up that should be considered, I would strongly advocate for some way for the community to be able to have a strong say, as in a ballot vote, on these types of things, because they really are game changers. And on that, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farrell. Appreciate your comments.
I have Steve Wilson, who is speaking next.
Welcome, Mr. Wilson.
The mute's a bit delayed, so there he goes. He's on. You may speak.
Am I unmuted now?
Yep, you can speak.
You're shifted.
Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, but we're having trouble.
You hear me?
It's cutting out.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of Dean.
Yeah, you're cutting out. Can't hear you.
How's that?
Yeah, you're cutting.
I will do the best I can. Can you hear me at all now?
Yes.
Okay. If you absolutely cannot hear me, I will phone back in.
Yeah, I think it might be
Bridget,
best if you.
Is this audible at all?
Yes, it is. On the agenda, you can find the phone number on there.
All right.
I think it might be best, and I will just continue public comment, and you can call in and we can grab you.
I will phone in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We'll remember to come back to you.
Yes, we will. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next person, and then I'll find him in there. Adria Arco is on, and I will allow her to speak. So you're on. Just unmute yourself. There she is.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am the county's agricultural ombudsman, and I work with the Resource Conservation District. And I met with Jill probably 5 years ago when I started to talk about this process. And I just wanted to offer to look at the county's exemptions that they have for agricultural development and agricultural projects, for streamlined and lower cost permits, as an example for some of the waivers that you guys have included in your plan. I sent a letter about 5 minutes before your meeting started, so I'm sure you haven't seen it, but just wanted to offer that if you wanted to learn about any of the streamlined permits or lower fee permits or exemptions that exist for agricultural projects, I'd be happy to talk to you.
Okay. Thanks for the offer, Ms. Harco.
Okay. So that looks like we have Thea Sullivan next. Let me just allow you. Oops, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Welcome, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, council members, and thank you for staying up so late and always putting in, wow, lots of hours. I do want to just say I'm so glad to see the plan. I am not a longtime member of Half Moon Bay, but long enough. And I'm certainly not an expert like you all, which is clear, but I am a resident. So I guess I will live with the plan. And so I'm very interested in what it looks like. It is not just our quality of life that is dependent on this plan, but it's also our home values and what that might mean for how we can enjoy our later life. Again, I appreciate the work. I did want to just say that I thought the plan was very complete. I note, and I'm just not quite sure, referring to what one of the earlier callers said about the ultimate vision of the plan. And I'm actually not sure if that's what it's supposed to be. We don't talk about where our tax base comes from, what our ultimate workforce looks like, what we want to be. I would be curious to know if that's part and parcel of what this plan is supposed to be. But that aside, I did want to comment on a couple of things. I'm so glad that you really had an emphasis on the discussion tonight about the traffic and circulation. I can't tell you about what a big impact this is. And if COVID does continue and our way of working does continue, that is going to be something that I'm glad to say that you are even looking more into what some of that looks like. We had a friend who did need to go by ambulance up to one of our hospitals over the hill. And I can't imagine what that time would have been like right now. And seconds hang in the balance. So I'm glad that's always going to be part of your planning. I was wondering how alternative methods of transportation fit into the plan. Right now with the Miramar Bridge out, I think a lot of people are really focused on our coastal trail and how much that actually does serve as another thoroughfare. So just wondering how that might also fit into the plan. I also wanted to make a comment about the water and the water table, because that is an area that also does have a big impact on our communities, and would just hope that some of that research is also part of how we execute on the plan. Things like basements, large soil movements, one small change can have a big impact for a neighborhood that's completely unexpected. My last question actually just had to do with how, and I don't know if you can address this now, Commissioner Hernandez kind of started to talk about it, is what happens next with the plan. There was some discussion about minor versus major. And so what does major look like? And then I would also echo one of the other callers, if there is a major change, is that something that voters could participate in? Because that's ultimately how these guidelines would be. And it's interesting to know that. So thank you again. And that was what I was going to say.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We don't usually have a dialogue with the individual speakers during the hearing, but we've made notes of your questions and they may well get taken up here. So please bear with us. And thank you again for your comments. Bridget?
Next is Brad Steinwade. And just to give you a heads up, or the public, we have about 7 more people that currently are wanting to speak.
Has Mr. Wilson been able to call back in?
He may have, I think that it's this number. I actually didn't ask him back. We have about 4 people, or actually now we have like 6 people with phone call numbers, and I've asked a couple that they could give me a name, but let me see if this is.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, we're not snubbing you. We're taking the calls as we see them. So please bear with us.
And even if you could just send me, I know this is terrible, send me an email, bjet@hmbcity.com, and let me know his phone number. I would be happy to change that. If anyone on a phone call needs to change their phone number to speak, I need your first and last name.
Thank you. Brad, then we'll carry on with Brad.
Let me just disable this person here, and I'll be able to get Brad on there. Okay. Oh, interesting. It's really weird. I'm gonna have to promote him to panelist. Okay. His did something weird in that it asked me to not unmute him and to move him to panelist, and I don't see him on here. So I don't know what happened to Brad. Sorry. It didn't say allow to talk. It said allow him to move. So, and now I lost him. So I will work on Brad, but let's have Casey Branscombe speak next, and then I will work on the 2 speakers that we would like to still allow to speak.
Sounds good. Welcome back.
So Casey, you should be able to unmute. Maybe. There she goes. Yep, you can speak now.
First, I want to thank Chair Benjamin and Director Ickes for acknowledging my objection to the public minutes. I take this process very seriously, and I was concerned that certain supportive statements I might have made, taken out of context, portrayed a position regarding the urban reserve and its implied future residential build-out value as it impacts my 74-acre farm that I do not believe I hold or have ever held. I do appreciate your hard work, and as a citizen, I am desperately trying to find a compromise between my own personal economic interests and the greater good of this community, which I love. But for the record, I need it to be very clear that I remain very concerned about the fairness and possible legality of your existing proposal to just extinguish the urban reserve, eliminating its stated future residential development potential in existing LCP Table 9.1. That promise is very clear. It's been there in writing for almost 30 years, and I don't think it's fair to just pretend it wasn't ever made by the city or to pretend those landowners won't be disproportionately hurt by the decision. I've raised this concern a number of times over the last 18 months in my public testimony before you, and I ask you to look hard that all the handful of urban reserve owners represent the majority of remaining family farm agricultural interests within the city of Half Moon Bay. Still, I'm really interested in finding common ground and a solution. I ask you to be similarly open and authentic in trying to understand me and other family farm owners' needs and address them meaningfully at the detail level of every policy that affects us. You talk about how much you like farmland, but respectfully, come learn what it takes to run a 75-acre operation and make payroll every 2 weeks. With respect to you, Commissioner Hernandez, come meet my residential farm workers. Ask them if they want or would prefer to live in town or at Moonridge, where one family does. Ask the ones that have to commute over the hill and have for the last 15 years if they wouldn't be happier living on the farm. Ask them if they require or even want your protection and regulation. I'm not your enemy. I can be part of the solution, but you have to take the time to consider compassionately and thoughtfully my detailed suggestions. What I'm asking for is meaningful exemptions and fast-track permitting that will actually be real for all the remaining owner-operated farming and equestrian operations within the city. Maybe some variation on east or west of Highway 1, or if they're coming from urban reserve. But when you take off the table all future residential development to uphold our land values without impacting commercial loan or mortgage covenants and putting us into bankruptcy with this land use change, we need greatly expanded flexibility and sensible commercial expansion of our primary businesses and workforce housing. It has to be practically possible. Don't just give us the sleeves from your vest. Things that are appropriate in PUDs where there are millionaire developers involved or in downtown commercial build-outs just don't work when you're talking about making a family farm survive. There is not a one-size-fits-all solution. We hear a lot about the Coastal Act and what the Coastal Commission will or won't accept, but it's up to you to choose which elements of the Coastal Act you emphasize. By leaning in to just the environmental, visitor serving, and residential growth respective aspects, I suggest you've turned your back on agriculture. By overlooking the opportunity to positively support these few remaining family farms, I think you leave behind your most valued citizens, or some of your most valued citizens, and perhaps your best and lowest cost opportunity for land preservation. Treat the urban reserve fairly, and it'll go a long way to retaining family farms in Half Moon Bay and preserving larger rural land uses. Thank you for allowing me the extra 30 seconds. I'm deeply grateful. I really hope you'll read my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Casey. Bridget?
Next, we have John Callan.
Welcome, Mr. Callan.
And
thank you, Chairman Benjamin. Chairman Benjamin, members of the Plan Commission, Jill and staff, thank you so much for all of your patience and your hard work. It's quite an accomplishment what you have. And I mean, thank you for your patience. I just have a couple quick focused questions, and I should be very quick. I'm concerned, Chairman Benjamin, I'm looking for some clarity in going through the policies of the plan. And my first question is about the master planning and the phasing of the PDs. If I understand your policy, it requires master planning of every plan unit development within Half Moon Bay. Wavecrest is enormous. It's 92 acres in size. Our company, San Mateo Land Exchange, owns a portion of the southern boundary of the Wavecrest PD called the Ola Vista Beach Tract, owns a portion of the Ola Vista Beach Tract. Reason I'm mentioning this is historically Wavecrest, probably because of its size, has always proceeded in phases of development. So, for example, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel came in a southern phase. The Coastal Trail just went through in a different phase. The Wavecrest Village, as was proposed, was yet another phase. I'd like you to consider to allow the planning of Ola Vista Beach to proceed in phases. It's my belief that phasing makes sense under certain conditions. And I think those conditions are present in Ola Vista Beach. I think the planning should proceed in phases if a parcel has developed access. I think developed access is key. And we have Redondo Beach Road, which is a secondary access, coastal access. Second, I believe it makes sense when you're adjacent to existing development. And our property is adjacent to the Ocean Colony Golf Course, Ritz-Carlton, and Strawberry Conference Center. So it's adjacent to existing development. And finally, there's an ongoing recreational use in the people who come to the coast who want to go down to the beach. So the one question is, should phasing be allowed on a portion of the 92-acre Wavecrest PUD under those conditions? And I believe I've supported those. Second, just for an instant here, I'd like to mention that I believe that we should support flexible uses for the Wavecrest property. On the old plan, the restoration plan, it showed everything on the western boundary as coastal, commercial, recreation, or residential. The only thing that was showed separately, curiously, was the zoning shown for the Ritz-Carlton, which was shown as residential. And I suggest the use of the property remain fluid, not specific for Wavecrest until after it's studied to determine what use would be preferable to the city, rather than saying it'd be preferred to have residential on Redondo Beach our preferred coastside commercial recreation off Ravecrest Road. I would just leave it open until it's been planned and the city has to determine what would be preferable to the city. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. Bridget?
Okay. Next, we have Terry Dufour.
Dufour, can you spell it?
Dufore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I
Great.
can. Welcome.
Thank you. Of course, you guys are doing really wonderful work. I won't take up everybody's time, just +1 to what everyone else has said. There are, in terms of the plan and how everything gets sequenced, it would be helpful to be able to have that outlined a little more clearly. And I think kind of step 1 is everyone acknowledges that the existing infrastructure, particularly Highway 1, is overloaded. We all talk about it. I mean, I've been here 28 years, and for the last 20 of that 28, I think that's been an increasing issue. I would love to see sequencing here where that is not only acknowledged but addressed before we have any more significant expansion of existing housing and or commercial use in hotels or whatever it is we're going to be doing. It seems to me absolutely essential that we take care of this. And when I read through the document, and again, you guys are much more professional about this than I am, but all I saw was, we know it's a big problem. The idea of expanding Highway 1, for example, I see like roundabouts, I see traffic lights. That is not going to significantly solve this problem. And then when they talk about expanding Highway 1, there's something in the land use that says that we would just attract more people. Well, I would respectfully challenge that. I think we're already overloaded. And that I would love to see something about that being addressed first. And then the second thing would be the ability to be able to attract high-paying jobs. I love the idea that we're looking at affordable housing for people who, our farm workers and our hotel workers here. But we had GoPro here who didn't stay because they were not encouraged, and we didn't have tax incentives for them to stay as they grew. If we had professional jobs and corporations located here, that could be a huge help in terms of our crowded highways and our infrastructure. And some of those things have happened in the past, and I don't see anything in the current land use plan that actually addresses that. I would love to see that added in as an important factor. And then the final thing I would just say is, one of the reasons that people love Half Moon Bay and we all got attracted to move here is that we do have land preservation and we do have unrestricted views of Highway 1. And I would just ask that that be taken into consideration when we're looking at any sort of development that could actually affect unobstructed views of the highway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Full. Bridget?
Okay. Sorry, let me just reset this really quick. Okay, I just got Mr. Wilson, Steve Wilson, back. So let me just find his phone number and we'll get him all dialed in. 2 seconds. Just find him. Okay, Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Welcome back.
All right, I should be unmuted now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Benjamin. Thank you, Ms. Ickes and the Planning Commission staff for doing a Herculean job of moving this LCP forward. I'm here representing Terry and Dino Andriotti, who are not really accustomed to public speaking and have asked me to present their concerns this evening. I wanted to make some particular comments relative to their own property, and then some broader comments having to do with agriculture as a whole. A year and a half ago, the Andreottis were the poster children for responsible stewardship of farms when they concluded a 2-year negotiation, went through many iterations with Peninsula Open Space Trust post. Now, in looking at what the LCP in its current version says, they think that some of the things that were widely understood at that time have been overlooked in this. So I'm going to make some specific comments about that. The post-agricultural conservation easement contains also an agricultural management plan, which is highly detailed, very carefully worked out, and basically tells them how they can run their farm in perpetuity. Contained within that are concepts like visitor serving uses and compatible commercial uses. The LCP does not square with those. And I made comments about this in the 4-page letter that I lodged over the weekend. I'd like to see some more attention paid, if you please, to squaring those terms and making sure that it's fully understood and accepted that the Andreottis can't make it on vegetable sales alone. They need to be able to fully enjoy the benefits of agritourism in terms of their produce stand, and they need to be able to build out and operate certain visitor serving uses, which are really beach-related uses, in order to make their business fly and to give it wind under its wings. So that's a matter of serious concern. The post-agricultural conservation easement, as I mentioned, contains an appendix, which is the agricultural management plan. This LCP, although not extremely detailed in this respect, contains language providing the city will be able to impose its own set of management practices on the farm. And my suggestion to you is that there are other and better cooks in this kitchen, specifically post, and the city should stay out of this particular kitchen. The possibility of conflict of a city overlay is significant here. It's somewhat crazy making for my clients to consider this. And I believe that that part of the LCP should be withdrawn because it serves no good purpose. Briefly, the city needs a Williamson Act ordinance. Last time I checked, it wasn't there. We haven't been able to get progress on this, and this should be a priority. This is a significant tax savings for not just the Andreottis, but other farmers, and this simply needs to be done. I made a comment in my letter about habitat preservation. The Pillarcitos Creek Trail is not a good idea, not the way it's routed right now. I've had these conversations before with Ms. Ikas. She knows where we stand. We are allied in this respect with Sierra Club. We are allied with Peninsula Open Space Trust. The trail should be routed differently in order to preserve and protect that fragile environment. Farm worker housing is a concern. I think most of us would agree that farm worker housing and senior housing are the two most important
Mr. Wilson,
low income.
Wrap up your comments. We're about a minute over your 3-minute allocation.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. I don't have a timer in front of me here. Finally, I urge the city to pay attention to the regional housing needs assessment, or RHNA. It isn't even mentioned in the LCP. I think it should be seriously treated. My apologies for going over, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. We're sorry we couldn't accommodate you the first time around, but we're glad we got to hear your comments. We appreciate them. Bridget? Has Brad returned? You're muted,
Bridget.
Sorry. Brad actually emailed me in his comments, so I'll be reading them at the end of our public speaking comment
Very well.
period. So next we have Mark Massara, and he can speak. Currently he's off mute, unmuted.
Thank you, Chairman Benjamin, commissioners. I really appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight.
Welcome.
And we'll start with just a couple of quick thank yous. Again, to your staff, I'll join the choir on this. I especially appreciate their willingness to meet and to discuss in detail outside of your study sessions here, various aspects of the plan. And I have arranged to meet with them in advance of your next meeting and look forward to sharing, those results with you at that time. I also wanted to quickly thank Commissioner Hernandez for acknowledging me and with all good humor and a welcome spirit say that I could never forget that he called me uninformed and desperate at our meeting on July 26th when the entire LUP was not even available for public review in its entirety. But seriously, I very much would like to get into the details with Commissioner Hernandez and the other commissioners, but I don't have any contact information for you. So I would ask that you reach out to me and I'll be available at your convenience to discuss some of my concerns. And in that regard, I'll just mention that tonight, I'd like to join Joe Farrell and Casey Branscombe and Lenny Roberts and even your city manager, among others, in cautioning you that this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And so there's no obligation for you to approve this document and send it on the 25th. And I would just urge you to take all the time that is appropriate to really appreciate the nuance in this very large and complicated document. And in that regard, I'll just make two examples. To call this a study session, I think is disappointing to me because to me, it's a recitation from your staff on this new LUP and not a discussion of how this version of the LUP has changed and been modified from the prior. And with respect to Coastal Act consistency and Coastal Act priorities. Second, because time is so short, I want to say that your staff has mentioned several times that this version of the LUP represents a significant response to Coastal Commission concerns that the past LUP could inhibit PDs with respect to fulfilling Coastal Act priorities. But we haven't got a response as to how this LUP facilitates those Coastal Act priority uses better than the former or draft LUP. And that's what I'd really appreciate hearing more about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massara. We appreciate your comments.
Okay. Let me just move him out. Looks like we have Carrie Burke who's speaking next.
Do we have any other speakers who have? Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie. Absolutely.
Carrie, and then we have one more after. We have one more after Carrie.
Excellent. Welcome, Carrie.
You can speak. Are you there, Carrie? Oh, I'm not. She's not there. I will take her. I see her name here, but I don't hear her, and her mic is off, so she can speak right now. But I'm going to go ahead and take you out, and we'll take the next one, and then we'll revisit.
Very good.
I have Edwin Farron, who is speaking next.
All right, Edwin Farron, welcome. Mr. Farron.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to move him over to panelist. He has an older version of Zoom apparently and needs to be moved in. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
I heard what they're very good.
I want to, give kudos to the staff and to the commission for the work on this document. I agree with some of the other input about that. It's a real complex document, and it's hard to go into detail with it in a manner that it deserves. I've been doing some planning on the coast and some outreach on the coast around planning issues, and a bunch of people, too many that I think should happen, too many people don't even know this is going on. And so I think there needs to be better communication. And as Joe Fowle said, the product needs to be a little, not slimmer so much, but more concise and more less technical language, or at least translation of the technical language, so that Joe Blow on the street can grasp it quickly. My biggest comment is around the traffic and the circulation piece, which I thought was a bit thin. And as someone else had mentioned, it seemed like it was just like, okay, we're grading it F, and that's all we can do. And Connected Coast Side is working on it, and I'm concerned about that. And the reason I am is because I ventured out on Sunday and I looked at the traffic and I thought maybe they moved the pumpkin festival up or something, because it was crazy and the weather wasn't even good. And coincidentally, I'd recently seen a video about the lessons from the campfire. And I wondered, what happens if there's a disaster? What's going to occur? There's only 3 roads out, and even in the best of times, those are kind of backed up. You can say Connected Coast Side is working on traffic, but it seems to me that process is all about the county trying to make room for more traffic on the coast. So I'm really concerned about the idea that we're at capacity in traffic, and yet we're still planning for these other developments. I think it's a time that we sort of stop and take a stock and move traffic up as a priority in this plan, because everything else flows off of that and is affected by that. If I was the person that was in charge of this, I'd have a moratorium on large-scale development until we had a plan that dealt with the traffic, not just on the because of delays or impacts on the commute, but also plans for what happens when there's a disaster. What happens when that's going to occur? Because it will eventually occur, whether it be a fire, earthquake, tsunami, whatever. And I'll have some more comments that I'll send in writing to you. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farron. We appreciate your thoughts. Let's see, how many more hands do we have up? Bridget?
We've gotten a couple more, so let me just go back here quickly. And
I know you've got some emails to read us as well.
yes. Okay, so we have Mary on here, and I'll get out of it. You should be able to talk, Mary.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Mary Ruddy, and I'm a 33-year resident of Half Moon Bay. I'm also an Año Nuevo State Parks docent naturalist. Excuse me. And I'd just like to add to comments that I heard earlier about, oh dear, I'm sorry, about really looking at balance, and how do we go forward into the next decade at the cusp of which we stand, and balance between the needs of the residents and what used to be called progress in the late 20th century. When it seemed that progress was defined by covering the hills and dales of San Mateo County with homes, single family homes. And we almost at one time had a huge Daly City-like housing on the hills that we love to look at up in Montara. We had all kinds of large companies buying huge tracts of lands with the intent of developing them as resorts or housing. And since that time, I think our people have changed, just as our society has. And if you go to a store today, you're going to see signs asking you to notice the name of the farm from whence your broccoli came. You're going to see all kinds of commentary made everywhere about local, sustainably farmed foodstuffs. And we also hear about the need for our local residents to have affordable housing. So I'd like to know how and where to put something into this plan that says, let's restore balance between farmland, the needs of local farm workers, the need for affordable housing, and yet understanding that we have to come up with some plans while protecting open space. And I don't know, I'm not an expert in planning, so I can't tell you how to achieve that balance. But once upon a time, San Mateo County designated us as a tourist serving area. And I think it's time to say, no, designate us as a resident serving area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Reddy.
We have two more that came up. So Carrie's back on, so let's see if this will work for her. Okay. You on, Carrie? Can't hear you. So you unmuted yourself. Let me see if I can, I'm going to disable your talking again, and I'm going to see if I can move her over to panelist and see if that will help her. It's been helping a couple other people. So let me just check and see if that works. Nope. Looks like, oh, there she is. Okay, let's see if that helps. Are you on, Carrie? Oh, you just muted yourself. Let me help you. Sorry. It might be better, Carrie, if you can hear me, calling in the phone numbers on the agenda, because we can't get any voice through you. And if you call, I can locate your phone and you can talk. With that, I have a couple more people, so let me just move her out and I will.
Sorry, Carrie.
I'm sorry that's not working. I don't know. Some people, I found that Brad had an older version of Zoom as well, and that's what kind of kicked him out. So he did write in, like I said, and I will read that into the record. Let me get, we have, so it looks like, let me just make sure. Mary had her hand raised again. I'm not sure, I didn't unraise it. So I just want to make sure that, I don't want to miss somebody, so let me just make sure that she's. Mary, did you have something else to mention or say?
Mary, yeah, we did give her.
I'm sorry, my error.
Oh, it's okay. I might have missed you and unraising, so I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so let me just try one more time with Carrie, and then I'll go into reading the.
It looks like the telephone number is 669-900-6833.
Oh, for her number? Yeah, I don't see it. It's not coming up, so I don't think she called in.
No, I'm just reading the number off of the agenda.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Good call.
Carrie, it's 669-900-6833.
So, well,
she'll need the webinar, the passcode too.
Yeah, it's on the agenda, and clearly, I'm just going to go ahead and read pull up the emails and read the ones that I've received, and then we can always continue to, if it's okay with Chair Benjamin, to continue the hands raised if there are any. There currently are none. So.
Yeah, very good. I will say I think that we've been going for about 3 hours, so we'll be heading towards a break.
A little break.
It would be great if we could get our comments in. Maybe if Carrie comes in after our break, but not before, we can get to her that way too. But yes, let's have the emails, please, barring objection.
Okay, so I am going to go ahead and read them from here. So let me just scroll. We have 4 of them. So let me get to the right screen here, and I will read the ones that I received today regarding the LCP. So the first one I have was a comment subject. It says the Dunes project, but it was kind of a general. It says, hello, Bridget. My question is from Juliet Applewhite. My question is, what problem are we fixing? We have blonde, ample offerings for guests to stay on the coast, and currently we don't have the infrastructure to support those. Why create more problems for the coastside residents and businesses? Juliet. The second one we have, Linda spoke this evening, but she also spoke in an email to me regarding the Wavecrest lots. Said, are there any plans underway for the Wavecrest lots located between Wavecrest and Seymour Streets? The third comment this evening is from Michelle Dragony. I believe she's I don't know that she's still on this evening, but she said that this goes for, thanks for the photos of the participants this evening. Hi, Bridget. I do not like the webinar format. I cannot see my neighbors. We should not be able to chat like we would. We should be able to chat like we would in a personal meeting or in-person meeting, excuse me. I've spoke to Jill and Jessica about this as well. Perhaps attendees should be indicated with every meeting in the minutes until the city allows more interactive community experience. Question. Zoom has been a huge improvement on attendance. When did you ever see this many people attending a planning meeting? Michelle Dragony. So that is her comment. Then the last comment I have is from Brad Steinwade. He says he was clocked out. He would like to introduce himself to the Planning Commission. I wanted to start by thanking the Planning Committee and the staff for their accessibility and the 40-odd community members in attendance. Number one, the plan seems to distinguish between the prime agricultural soils north and south of Young Avenue. How is this so? Based on what? Mark Solaski, who has lived and farmed north of Young Avenue, rates the soils as able to grow anything. Everything we plant north of Young thrives. Number two, circulation/or traffic. There should be only be low intensity land uses north of 92. 3, I love the photo that the Planning Commission has chosen as a cover photo. It is the coastal trail looking north with absolutely no development in sight, exactly as we all envision and want it. Let's keep it that way. Brad Steinway, Miramar.
Okay, so that's the email list.
Let me just double check my email really quick while we're here. I need to just refresh here. I feel like Wi-Fi is a little slow tonight. Yes, I have one more here to read. I'm sorry, I just need to open the right thing. So I have one more from the development at Surf Beach and the Dunes Beach. Jeannie Zorzi, I believe. I don't know if I chopped that last name, on 76 Guerrero Avenue. I moved to Half Moon Bay a year ago, and I'm aware of the proposed development of the Surf Beach and Dunes Beach. Half Moon Bay residents have gotten an extremely concerning wake-up call over the past few months because of the astonishing amount of traffic our city now has to contend with on a daily basis. This includes people, automobiles, and especially recreation vehicles. The traffic is not going to go away if and when there is a resolution to the COVID virus. We don't have the road infrastructure or the parking infrastructure to handle this influx. We are not in the position to adequately receive emergency service with the gridlock we have been experiencing. This is not safe. Building a hotel and a large recreational vehicle park on Highway 1 will exacerbate this situation, not only during the construction process, but on an ongoing basis. Kindly prioritize the safety of our residents over all else as you consider the proposed development plan. And I believe I'm going to look at Brittany and Jill. I don't have any others currently that have popped up in my email.
Ladies, anything else in your email?
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna double check while you try to bring Carrie Burke back in.
Okay. Sounds
good. Nothing to you, Brittany?
No, Bridget covered everything.
All right. So hopefully we'll be able to get Carrie Burke back to her testimony. I think that was the only one that was outstanding. Thanks to Mr. Steinway for speaking up. Did you get her?
I'm just checking. Oh, I see her. I'm sorry, Carrie. I see that you on there, and I probably have video on one and you called on the other. So I apologize. Let me just change your name so we can see it clearly. And I apologize for leaving you hanging. So you should be able to *6 to unmute, and then you're live. You're here.
Good evening.
I'm so sorry.
Everyone. No problem. In fact, unfortunately, my iPhone is smarter than I am, but thank you all for your patience. And yes, my kudos do go out to Jill and Brittany, the entire staff, the Planning Commission, and all the public that puts their effort into upgrading our local coastal plan for Half Moon Bay. My main comments tonight are really in support of the Farm Bureau's submittal. And just to highlight the one that I've been most involved with my entire career is farm labor housing. And I know it's all well intended to try and have this overlay, but I think that having a deed restriction will actually prove to be a disincentive for a landowner or farmer to actually want to go to the expense to put farm worker housing on their parcel. I mean, it would have implications for the clouding of their title, of their ability to get maybe future loans. And so I think the model that I've worked with the most and been involved with numerous farm labor housing projects in San Mateo County, where they utilize a use permit procedure. And so that you don't have that restriction. And plus they give a lot of incentives on reductions of fees. So please consider that just as far as in order just that there could be some opportunity to have some additional housing. And sometimes it's very important to have the housing on site because it has a dual purpose that you would have food and animal security besides some, there being a nice home for them on the actual farm. And finally, I do also support, I have worked on occasion with John Callan on his situation down there off Redondo Beach. And I do think that there are appropriate ways by keeping some flexibility in the plan. So in certain cases, you could have a mini master plan that obviously incorporates all the needed attributes of the PD, but in special circumstances where you had the access, you were adjacent to existing development, and that you could help promote coastal recreation and access. And so with that, I will say good night and thank you for hanging in there and finding a way that I could speak tonight. Sorry. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That was a nice finale. We appreciate it. So one last check before we close the public hearing. Anybody else clamoring to speak?
I don't see anyone raising their hands. I'm just Jill doesn't, I think, have anything either. So we are
all right,
clear to bring it back to you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Through the chair.
Yes, Rick.
I'd like to make a motion that we take a 10-minute break.
I think barring objection from the commissioners, a 10-minute break would be lovely. Why don't we resume in 10 minutes? So we'll see you at 9:37. How's that?
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you. Study session for the LCP update, and I want to give staff a chance to respond to some of the comments that we had from the public or emails that we received. And then I'm really interested in hearing about our colleagues' position. I want to start by noticing the time is 9:38, and I want to feel comfortable if you also feel comfortable about proceeding on this item into the later hours. Is there a will to continue?
I'd like to make a motion that we plan to continue the meeting for at least 2 hours. I'm not sure we're going to need that amount of time, but I'd like to make that motion now.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Reluctantly, I second.
Okay, moved and reluctantly seconded. I guess we ought to have a roll call because that's the way we do it in Zoom.
Yes. Commissioner Polgar?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Vice Chair Reddick?
Yes.
And Chair Benjamin?
We have 5 troopers. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So Jill, Brittany, why don't you kick it off for us?
We will, and we'll do this quickly. Thank you for letting us respond to comments. We're going to hit a few of the highlights, a couple of things, and we do need to correct the record in a couple spots that we think are really important for the commission and the community. First of all, we would love it if we had an elevator pitch version of the LCP. And we will actually be revisiting the joint study session you had in October. We did have some materials that were prepared at that level, and we'll try to recreate that a bit. That said, the commission needs to see the technical details of this document. They're responsible for it, and we know it's hard. So that is why we're offering time with people, and so we can keep doing that too. So there's lots of ways to get at it, but we took that comment seriously. We believe in the document being accessible to everyone because it's written in a way that people understand. There was Mr. Wilson had quite a few comments tonight, and we are planning to meet with him next week. It's clear to us from his comments that he hadn't had a chance to read the memo that we prepared that addresses quite a few of those things. And there's still some discussion items that we understand and appreciate are important to them. But there was a comment that the land use plan doesn't address RHNA. RHNA is the regional housing needs allocation. That is a requirement associated with the housing element. I will not dive into that. It is covered in your memo. That said, Policy 2.5, one of the very most upfront, strongest land use policies, addresses the housing element squarely, specifically respect to citing appropriate sites for accommodating RHNA. We didn't refer to RHNA because people don't know what that is, but we referred to housing sites associated with the housing element. So it's addressed in policy, but it's addressed on so many other levels as well, because we are using the land use plan to plan ahead for the next 2 to 3 cycles of housing elements. And I'll set that aside for now, but I was really concerned about any impression that there was not integrated planning process with the general plan and the obligations that we have with respect to affordable housing. Brittany's going to now take a shot at a few other topic areas while I reload, and we'll be done in just a minute or two.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Jill. So we heard a number of comments about the scope of the LCP and where people thought certain topics were missing. We just wanted to clarify that the local coastal program land use plan is intended to implement the Coastal Act policies and requirements. So there are things that are outside of the scope of that, and that are addressed in other plans or programs throughout the city, including the general plan, specifically with respect to the tax base and economic development. That has been a city council priority that's being addressed through the city manager's office actively. So we are focusing here on the Coastal Act implementation requirements. So what else did I have? We also wanted to note that we did not receive any comments from the Coastal Commission about diminishment of Coastal Act priority uses in the land use plan. And their comments were really on that vein, more geared towards bolstering protection for ag lands located outside of the town center, and focusing on low-cost visitor serving uses. And those comments are all in their September letter from last year. That's available online. I also want to touch on a couple of things that we grazed on in our presentation. So the county, basically what we can do and what we can't do for protecting ag. And one of the things that has been brought up is the expedited permitting for ag-related uses that the county does. And we would like to note that the county has what's called a categorical exclusion area that allows certain specific development types for specific uses to be exempted from coastal development permitting requirements in very specific areas. So not in ESHA, for example. And that was established prior to their certification of their LCP. And that's something that we've asked the Coastal Commission about, if we are able to do this. And it is, it's not available to jurisdictions that already have a certified LCP. So we're looking at what we can do under the procedures that we have established through our local coastal program. Let's see. I think that's all I had, Jill.
You may. I have a couple more, and then you can review. And I want to go back to acknowledging the economic development oriented comments about jobs and jobs creation. Some of the work that the Commission has done recently with regards to mixed use commercial zoning actually brought in thinking about research and development land uses for Half Moon Bay. And it might not be wholly evident how that theme is laced through Chapter 2, where research and development is acknowledged for the mixed use commercial areas. We've got an expansion of light industrial land uses on Highway 92, which is a color on the map that I'm really worried about making sure Half Moon Bay retains. Light industrial is an important area, and this is an area where we've also added live work. But light industrial uses could be very significant for specialized employment. But beyond that, agriculture is probably an area where folks might not be looking for employment, but for like tech employment. And that is a use that has been added for horticulture business and the rural coastal designations, where there's an emphasis and an interest in how Half Moon Bay's smaller ag properties and businesses can serve a role for prototyping and research. And in fact, some of these operators have relationships with UC Davis for research. They need to host interns. They have studies going on, and it's a type of tech that you can't do in Silicon Valley. You can do it here. And so it's not a ton of jobs, but it's a rich spectrum of potential employment types that the current land use plan does not really anticipate. And of course, if anyone else comes up with some other ideas around that, we're happy to try to entertain that. We were very focused, though, on having them be relevant to Half Moon Bay, lower trip generating types of jobs, and employment that really would serve the community in a way that seems to resonate with what we've heard about for maker spaces and unique prototypes and all that kind of thing. So just a little more about jobs, and job projection numbers are really hard to model because economic swings can, for a smaller town like this, can really skew the appearance of what we would hope would be an appropriate amount of growth for those kinds of jobs. And then finally, my last one is related to the workforce housing overlay, as well as the employer provided housing. What we presented was, for the workforce housing overlay, was highly responsive to a lot of input that we received on the first draft. A lot of concern about it being maintained as affordable. We had comments about deed restrictions and in perpetuity, et cetera. And so we worked on that. And this is absolutely an area where we can seek flexibility, because this isn't lip service planning for housing. This is housing that we want to see get developed. And our recommendation based on City Council's direction to this whole process is to enable that to happen. So this isn't your staff, this is your staff trying to facilitate and make pragmatic the direction that we've received from Council. So that's just more about that. We have plenty of time to look deeper into that. And that's those are some of our responses. If there's areas that we didn't cover that you wish we would have, let us know, and we can do that at the end.
Thank you. Brittany, have you reloaded?
Yeah, I just have one more thing to add. I don't see Ms. Sullivan on the call anymore, but hopefully we can get her contact information. She brought up a couple of topics that are addressed in the land use plan, including alternative methods of transportation and protection of the water table and such. So we'll definitely try to get in touch with her and show her where those are at. She also brought up the question of minor versus major and next steps, and we will definitely cover next steps again at the end. But to clarify, or I think what Jill was saying there, please correct me if I'm wrong, but minor was in reference to the errata sheet where we've noticed typos, little clarifications, not substantial changes or significant language. And then separately, we will be bringing forward more substantial major recommendations for revisions for the City Council.
Okay, thank you. Jill, did you have another breath, or shall we go to the commission? Thank you. Okay, colleagues, you've heard from the public, you've heard from staff. What are your thoughts? Who would like to begin? Brian. I was trying to tell whether that was a hand or a finger.
Yeah, I know. It gets a little fuzzy with this virtual background here, but thank you. Thank you, Chair Benjamin. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. I've got just more comments than questions. So I just wanted to note that our current general plan, the general plan that's in place right now, dates back to 1993. So maybe we can all just take a little minute and think about where we were, what we were doing in 1993. I had a bit more hair. It was the year, I'm dating myself here, but that was the year I got my driver's license. So things have changed since then, certainly. Our local coastal plan, dates back to 1996. General planning guidance is that general plan should be updated every 10 years, 20 years at the most. And our current general plan will be close to 30 years old once this is all said and done. I personally have been working on this as a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee and as a planning commissioner for nearly 5 years. I know Commissioner Polgar has as well. Commissioner Hernandez, Chair Benjamin have each been involved all during that time. Vice Chair Reddick as well. I've attended multiple public workshops, neighborhood block parties, City Council and Planning Commission study sessions. I've had meetings in Commissioner Hernandez's living room. General plan updates have been provided in every city newsletter, provided on planhmb.com, at booths at every Night of Lights, Pumpkin Festival, and every other festival that we have in this town. And at one point, we even put up electronic signs on Highway 92 to encourage the people to participate in this process. So this has been a marathon. It's been an ultra marathon, and we're ready to cross the finish line. The public needs to understand that this plan doesn't propose new development out of the blue. And in fact, it attempts to right-size development proposals and correct what are wildly inappropriate development projections that are in our current general plan. And this is why we're hearing some of the concerns from the landowners we are. I support efforts to address the concerns of our agricultural landowners. I'm confident that Jill and Brittany will continue to identify any strategies that they can to support their continued ag use. I know they've met often with Casey Branscombe and with others, and I hope that they'll continue to do so. I support all efforts that we can to advance workforce housing. I think that's really important in this community. And I'm proud of everything that this plan does to preserve and advance affordable housing. But this is a blueprint. It's a roadmap, and hopefully it won't take another 30 years after the adoption of this plan to revisit it. It's going to take some adjustment over the years after we adopt it. I'm not saying that it's perfect. It won't solve all of our traffic problems. If anybody has any idea on how we can solve all of our traffic problems, I would love to invest in whatever company they're funding. And we're going to continue to experience events like COVID-19 that suddenly uprooted all of our expectations in terms of commute patterns and how we work and how we live, and the visitation that we're seeing on the coast. We're seeing a lot more people coming to the coast because they can't travel very far. Certainly nothing that we could have done and predicted. So this is why it's important for us to move forward. We may be going into a recession soon due to this pandemic. And I really strongly feel that we need to have a good roadmap that provides affordable housing, protects agriculture, focuses build out of our downtown core, and supports the people who live and work here for when we emerge from any economic recession or downturn. Like I say, I look forward to staff to continuing to work with Casey Branscombe and the Andriotis to address their comments. I know they will. We've seen some of those responses already. And I know not everybody will be happy with this plan, but I think the longer that we take to move this plan forward, the longer we have to live with the outdated plan that we currently operate under, which I do not feel is reflective of where we are at as a community today. So just in closing, I appreciate all the comments from the public tonight and throughout this over 5-year plus process. And I encourage everybody to go to planhmb.com, look through the library, look through all the documents that are on there. This has been a very robust process. It is, I get it, a lot to digest. And as Jill said, it's important for us at the commission to have the details. I hope that a snapshot handout could be provided to the public so that they can see really what's being proposed. But I just ask that the public know that many in this community, many on this commission, many on the General Plan Advisory Committee, and our staff, and I will mention that we've gone through quite a bit of staff through this process as well. They've all poured their hearts into this process, and I think we're in a really good place. And this is not a rushed process. This has been a very thorough, comprehensive, thoughtful process that has really tried to get to the core of what we all hold dear here in Half Moon Bay. And I look forward to seeing it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Holt. Commissioner Hernandez, can we have your thoughts?
Definitely. I had a clarifying question in relation to one of the comments that was raised. What's the overlap of affordable housing and workforce housing? My understanding is that would be virtually 100%. Can city staff clarify that point?
Well, I'm through the chair. I'm happy to jump in. I'm not exactly completely clear on your question, but the way that the policies are currently drafted for the workforce housing overlay, there is a general policy requiring, with some exceptions, that housing that's built that is allowed under those overlay provisions be deed restricted affordable. There is some room in there to obviously comply with state and federal law if that's not allowed. I think the point that Jill was making earlier is that the whole point of the workforce housing overlay is that it is designed to be for a community of workers that are not inherently high income earners. And so even without the deed restrictions, it would be designed anyway to serve a workforce that isn't in the by definition in a high income category. So I think affordable housing generally, we refer to that when we mean housing that is limited to, has rents or sale prices that are limited to be affordable for households that are low very low, sometimes moderate income households. And the workforce housing overlay is really a category of workforce housing that's designed for a group of workers, a category of workers that also has some components of affordability with some exceptions. But if Jill or Brittany wants to weigh in.
I only have a little bit on that. Thank you. That was great. The specific affordable housing levels and definitions, that's defined, that comes through state housing law, through housing element requirements. It's actually, we have the same definitions in the city's zoning code, and the same definitions are in the glossary for this land use plan for those different qualifying income levels for affordability levels of housing. The term workforce housing means a lot of different things to a lot of people. It is not specifically defined the way that those affordability levels are. We chose it to as the name for this category because it was broader and because people kept using it and seemed comfortable with it. So it wasn't more sophisticated than that, but it is not defined to a specific affordability level like those other categories. It's broader.
So thank you, Winter and Jill. The point is that we've made housing that is more affordable with a lowercase m and a lowercase a for the workforce that may include teachers, state park employees, and in some cases, farm workers. And there are provisions made for capital A, affordable housing, that is a subset of that overlay. Is that fair? And I just want to call, a few people have brought this point forward in the comments. I think that city staff have knocked themselves out to provide for workforce housing in our community. And so people who cast aspersions at that should actually read the documents and take the time to work through it. The second thing that I'll just respond to is, for folks, I understand this is I don't invite anybody to join the Planning Commission. It is a nebulous process and it consumes a lot of time. But for those of you who think it is a black box, I would encourage all of you to read the first 2 chapters of the planning document as it lays out the history of what we're doing, the reasons why we're doing these things. And I got to say, for a public policy document, it's really readable. I do want to say that the comments that were raised by the lady who was employed with the RCD, I do support us looking at ways to both streamline and reduce the costs of permits for agricultural uses. I understand there may be some conflicts with, if we get too aggressive with this, with what the Coastal Commission would ask us to do. But frankly, if we want to support our farmers, we need to make it straightforward, easy, and black and white for them to do things with their property in ways that comport with the general policies, but we don't want them to get tied up with, red tape and extraneous costs that are unnecessary. I do, again, one of the speakers raised the issue of why can't we employ more GoPros? I know people who were part of the GoPro family, which was founded here in Half Moon Bay. They had 1,500 employees at their peak. There is no facility in Half Moon Bay that would support 1,500 employees. If we want to build a 5-story building that supports that, well, there's no provision in the general plan to address that. That's not who we are. We are a bedroom community to the Silicon Valley. We are a visitor serving community to the Silicon Valley. We are not going to put up a high rise for the future GoPros. So I think that's unrealistic. It is a good idea to have, incubator spaces and things like that, but I think the current office space we have is supportive of that. It's just a question of, will capital from the other side of the hill support those types of things? I'm a little astonished by some of the claims about not providing flexibility for people who used to be in the urban reserve and who are moving to a new designation, be it a PUD or this coastal designation, rural coastal designation. So I think that, again, my impression is that city staff have knocked themselves out to address the concerns of folks in that category, but I would invite, if the Andriottis or Ms. Branscombe would like to speak with me directly, I would be delighted to visit their properties, and Jill can facilitate our contact information getting shared, because I want nothing more than to make sure that your needs are heard and met, because I think both of you are an upstanding example of people who've contributed to the public debate and given us feedback and, frankly, done the right thing the right way so many times. So absolutely, I'm interested in reaching out to you if you want to have a conversation. The last thing I'll talk about, based on the comments that have come in, everybody on this planning commission, everybody who's participated in the general plan advisory committee, city staff, the city council, all of us know how frustrating traffic is. The original planning documents that I inherited as a planning commissioner when I came on board spoke to the number one concern of our community was traffic. Number one. If you talk to our community, even in this COVID era where most of us are working from home, it is absolutely still a concern, especially on weekends. But look, the reality is the bulk of our traffic isn't happening during the weekdays. It takes me, when I used to commute to Palo Alto or San Francisco or San Mateo, when there was heavy traffic, the Half Moon Bay traffic contributed 5 to 10 minutes to my commute. So that's not the problem. It's on the weekends where we feel encumbered, right? And the reality is, again, if you go to the planning documents, the things that are in the public record, the surveys we've done, on the weekends, our traffic 10Xs at peak, sometimes at 20Xs at Pumpkin Festival. And the reality is that there's not a good way to deal with that. There are specific things in this document that are focused on addressing traffic, especially from a long-term planning perspective. We can't wave a magic wand and fix traffic. What we have to do is say, look, if we're going to have future development, it needs to be in the town center. Hey, we need to work with Samtrans to have some kind of like coherent scheduling system for buses. We need to figure out a way to get an express lane or a commuter lane for buses so that people use public transportation instead of driving up and down the hill. But we can't fix all of those things. What we can do is, from a planning perspective, is say, look, we're going to concentrate development in the places so that in downtown, where there's groceries, where there's gas, where there are other things that are essential services that you need so that you can access them. And that is exactly what is not buried, but readily evident in chapter 1 and chapter 2 of this document. So I encourage the public to read these things to understand we're trying to help. But traffic is something that you can't fight demographics and you can't fight traffic. Like it's something that Napoleon sold the Mississippi properties to Jefferson because he couldn't fight the demographics of settlers going west, right? It's the same thing we have here, is we have booming population. We have lots of traffic. We can do what we can to address it from a development perspective, and we can put in place things to help mitigate. But we can't wave a magic wand and fix these things. And so I encourage everybody to look at the planning documents, to participate in the public debate. And again, if you want to communicate with me, rick.hernandez@gmail.com, shoot me an email. Happy to respond to you. Reach out to Jill. She has my mobile number. Happy to communicate with you guys about the work that we've done here, because this has been a long process. And I get it. Some of you are coming to the game a little late, and some of you want a little more time. And we're going to make sure everybody gets their feedback. But this has been 5 years in the making. So we want to address major concerns. We want to make sure that all the major stakeholders, farm owners, property owners, regional authorities, people who are part of public trusts and nonprofits, all have their feedback. We've heard these things. And so reach out, work with city staff, put things in writing, make it clear for us so that we can help you address your needs. And frankly, we're going to have some differences, but that's part of the whole public process. And so those are all the comments I have. And thank you, city staff, and thank you, the public. This is probably the most attended public meeting I've had as a planning commissioner, except for the stadium issue where people brought torches and pitchforks. But thank you all.
Thank you very much, Rick. Commissioner Polgar, can we have the benefit of your insights? My timing was perfect. You want me to skip you?
She's working on her volume, I think.
Okay.
Her audio, maybe.
Yeah. Why don't we go on and hear from Steve?
Okay.
And we'll come back to you, Sarah. Thank you. You have the floor, Steve.
Thank you, Chair Benjamin. I wish just now that I'd said everything that Commissioner Holt said, because he was extremely articulate in ways that I feel about the hard work that's gone into this plan and the fresh and modern content that it brings forward for the next for the next 20 years. It's hard for some people to see the forest when they drill down on each individual tree, which is a policy in each of the chapters. But taken as a whole, I think it's something that everyone's going to be proud of. The public involvement in this process has been really great. I've been so happy to see so many people in the public giving their time to this process. Attendance at the meeting tonight, as Commissioner Hernandez said, I think is the highest that I've ever seen. And they're very good, very patient, very thoughtful opinions expressed. I was impressed with lots of comments. Mr. Edwin Ferran, who spoke very articulately about the circulation problem, kind of stole my thunder, because I had the opportunity to drive up and back to the harbor on both Saturday and Sunday last weekend, and I thought it was Pumpkin Festival all over again. And as Rick said, I think it's becoming a proven dynamic that in this health crisis with such limited travel opportunities, people doing day trips or short overnight trips to small, picturesque, beautiful coastal venues is leaping in popularity. So it's something that we're going to be dealing with for the foreseeable future, I'm afraid. And there are in the policies in the land use plan about circulation. There's lots of goodness in there about the town boulevard concept and safety enhancements to our highways. There are policies about concentrating development in the core. There are policies about being intelligent about trip generating revenue on the north half of town, and south half of town. But unfortunately, there are no policies to deal with the regional swarm of people in their vehicles coming from all over the Bay Area and beyond who want to drive on Highway 1 on Saturday and Sunday. I pledge to continue to think really hard if I can come up with such a thing between now and certification of this, but I don't think we should bet our house on that. I like former Mayor Mike Ferreira's comment about where's the right place for affordable housing, and he argues that it's in the core. And certainly our plan has policies that encourage that. But it also seems to me quite reasonable, as we heard from Ms. Branscombe and Ms. Burke, that there may very well be farm workers who would enjoy the opportunity to live on the farm. The workforce housing overlay isn't designed to remove all affordable housing from the core and spread it out on farms, but there's room for the positive benefits of both of those settings, I think, going forward. Not to mention the ongoing economic challenges of making affordable housing happen in the core. Ms. Branscombe has been a long time participant in this process and spoke again articulately about the pain that she feels with this proposed switch from urban reserve to rural coastal. And I thank Jill and team for working as diligently as you have to understand those concerns and to see what, if anything, can be done to mitigate the perceived damages there. I appreciate that. The last comment I'll make about our public comment tonight is there was a gentleman who, Mr. Joe Farrell, I believe, had encouraged us to communicate this more in a more digestible fashion, I think, for the man on the street. I think that's a terrific idea. I think, as Brittany said a few minutes ago, the requirements from the Coastal Commission for what this land use plan has to contain, they are what they are, and we have to work towards that. But above and beyond that, there should be an opportunity for the right communications pros at the city to put together the story that if you had 10 minutes to read an article in the Half Moon Bay Review about it, how should it read? So I don't know when the exact right moment of timing for that is. Maybe City Council sending it to Coastal Commission or something like that. But we should look forward to that. I had some small nitty-gritty comments about the circulation element, but I'm in the interest of seeing what time it is, I'm going to hold those. So thank you.
Fair enough, Steve. Why don't we give Commissioner Polgar a chance to take a swing? You've got 4 eloquent commissioners here before me, and you've had 3 before you. Good luck, Sarah.
Yeah, I have to say, I would say a big ditto to what Commissioner Holt said. He really captured very strongly how I perceive this process, the kind of history of it, and where we're at now. And I am, like he, very confident in staff being able to work and continue work with the landowners who have been in helping to support, make sure that ag is supported, address, make sure that our workforce housing is practicable, like we can actually implement it, and on affordable housing, all of those policies. I see that already in the works, and I'm really excited about it. I would also echo Rick's comments about trying to find ways to streamline permits as we can and reduce fees to make it more feasible for ag to be supported as an economically viable operation on the coast side, or for the landowners who spoke up about that. And
I also, in terms of traffic, I think it's a pretty intractable problem. I think that the plan policies are well conceived to minimize the additional inevitable pain. That's kind of where we're at. And I agree with what Commissioner Hernandez was saying about how it's not like we're going to have a plan that suddenly waves a magic wand and gets rid of the traffic issues. So I would say that, it's interesting because I in terms of the kind of my review, and additionally from since the last study session, I found that the Public Works chapter was really well done. It was a very good analysis, and it helped me understand kind of why the basis for kind of the policies, which made a lot of sense in terms of directing where we're prioritizing, based on our priority uses. I do have, I, like Commissioner Ruddock, have some additional kind of more nitty gritty. I tend to be a down in the weeds kind of person. So I do have a lot of like nitty gritty kind of things but they're pretty minor. The overall, I really see this creating the right roadmap for where we need to go. I will say there are a few things, as I kind of worked through a bit more in depth in some of the chapters that we had previously that I hadn't been able to. I do think that there's some additional work, and these are things I've already kind of brought up with staff, but I will look forward to kind of communicating with them a bit more about some of the kind of policies so that we can be more supportive of restoration. I think that with the challenges that we're facing in terms of climate change impacts and higher demand on our resources for coastal access and recreation, for instance, I think that we really need to be able to expedite restoration and stewardship. And so I think that already I see a lot of really good supportive policy language and discussion in the document. And I actually think we could take that even further to really make sure that we're setting ourselves up for making that very feasible as we move forward with this document. And so I'm excited about what I already see in the chapters on that. And I think we can even take that a little bit further and to make it as easy as possible. It's never simple, but those are kind of overall thoughts. I will say I hear the comments about, or the comment about the kind of it's a big document, it's a lot to digest, and I certainly do support having a more kind of, like they said, user-friendly interpretation or version of this to kind of make it more accessible to the public. But I will point out that my review of this document was very much that, does it provide the policy guidance that we need as like a plan for future planning commissions and staff and city council? Like, will it provide the clear guidance to achieve what we have set out as our goals and meet the requirements of the Coastal Act? And that does require a lot of devil in the details kind of, review. And like, that's the meat of this. It has to have that. So while I think it's important longer term, I agree with Commissioner Ruddock brought up, maybe that's not the next step. Maybe that comes after it's, at the commission, the city council. I think that right now the staff's focus on getting those details right, working with the landowners and the other members of the public who have those, want to figure out those details. I think that's where our attention needs to be, because as we owe it to future planning commissions and city councils and staff to have a clear document that really lays things out well. So that's my thing. And again, I thought Brian or Commissioner Holt really said it well. I completely echo all of his comments, and but also myself would like to say thank you and to the public, to the staff, fellow commissioners. and on all of this tremendous work on this. I'm really impressed and pleased with where we're at, and I see a clear way forward with this. So thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I was thinking about what Commissioner Holt asked about where we were back in 1993. He said he had a lot more hair. I actually think I have about the same amount that was going at that time. But I was also thinking about what I read, and I remember a book by Stephen Covey called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And one of the first principles of being highly effective, he said, was to seek to understand before being understood. And to me, that's the essence of the public hearing process that you have seen tonight. It is not our objective to ram a document down the public's throat, rubber stamp it, and ship it as quickly as possible. And I think the history of the evolution of this document shows that we have tried very hard to listen. And while we may not have accepted every idea, we are taking the time to explain. We have worked hard with our staff. Our staff has worked hard with us, and they have worked hard with the public to try to bring into alignment the implications of the proposed plan, the problems that we understand stemming from our existing plan, and the things that we think we can do to make them better. Even so, I think there was some very important input that we received tonight, just as there is at every hearing, that deserves thought. And I specifically thought about Ms. Branscomb's letter. It arrived earlier this afternoon. And following the principles in the Covey book, I wanted to start by seeking to understand her perspective. And I want to present this not as a criticism. It's an opportunity for me to present my understanding of it. And if I'm wrong, I want it to be clear. But I also think it's important to lay out what I understand. And that is that I think she feels that the existing LCP gives her a right to do certain kinds of development in a fairly straightforward fashion that doesn't involve, for example, amendments to the local coastal program. And so in an attempt to see it from that perspective, I went to our existing local coastal program. And I found words on page 140 that said, developments of the land shown in the land use plan as urban reserve, and then there's some stuff, can occur in phase 2 after 1992. And if I read that in isolation, I could say, oh, I can develop now. But I think it's important to read that in the context of the rest of the existing local coastal plan. You'll find that in chapter Roman numeral 3 of the LCP that calls for an implementation plan in order to carry out the existing land use plan, that it requires a subdivision ordinance that includes land use policies with respect to phased provisions in the zoning ordinance. And in the zoning ordinance, we have a section 17.02.070 that gives the council some discretion to allow urban reserve land to be developed when substantial development has occurred in areas that are designated for development. This is my attempt to understand Casey's perspective on this. And I want to acknowledge that she's read that, and I also have read that. However, I think we have to consider the rest of the zoning ordinance, the subdivision ordinance as well. It says in 17.02.050 that we have to conform to the LCP, the general plan, the zoning code, any specific plan, and any phasing, utility, infrastructure capacity requirements. And that's emphasized further in 17.02.080. That's a phasing section. So there's language that becomes the basis for limiting the kind of conversions that can occur. In the zoning ordinance, urban reserve is discussed in chapter 11 of Title 18. So that's 1811.010. And it says in part A5, when consistent with the local coastal program, land use plan, and general plan elements, and when adequate public facilities are or can be made available, land in the open space and urban reserve districts can be rezoned to the planned development district, subject to the established procedures for amending the land use plan map and zoning district map, and subject to the development limitations set forth in the land use plan and general plan and its elements. Further, in 1801.035, any changes in the boundaries or reclassification of territories from one district to another shall be by ordinance adopted pursuant to the provisions of Title 18. And finally, in 1824-100, any proposed amendment to the local coastal program shall not take effect until it has been certified by the Coastal Commission. What I'm trying to do by stringing these pieces together is to see that while there's a certain limited context, that if we read that to the exclusion of the other sections, amendments to the local coastal program might be seen as unnecessary. When we read the existing document in the whole, at least the way I understand it today, it looks really clear to me that an amendment to the LCP would indeed be required. And in fact, if the urban reserve land was to be changed, the zoning ordinance requires not that we send it to residential, it requires that we send it to planned development. And in a planned development zoning, we have a series of requirements that tell us that we have to plan the land's use in a way that is responsive to the carrying capacity of the infrastructure that's available at the time. So this is not me throwing down a gauntlet. This is me presenting my understanding of the existing rules and inviting my view to be clarified, for it to be made clear by staff or by any member of the citizenry. So I hope that that will communicate that I am trying to understand, and that, like my colleagues, we're really making an effort to see this from multiple perspectives, and I am asking for reciprocity. We got some great comments tonight from other speakers as well. I want to call out the comment that Lenny at Green Foothills pointed out, that we want to be sure that on our ag lands that housing doesn't become predominant. I think that we're taking steps to do that. And if we can, if it's possible to find a way that these structures lead to that, I think it's really important to point that out to staff, because I don't think that's an outcome that they want either. I certainly don't think it's an outcome that I want. So I'm grateful for that. I appreciate Joaquin's comment about the Latino community appreciating conservation and ag values. I resonate with that. I think that the nature of our values on the coast side really don't know color, and so I appreciate the thought. I thought he mentioned in passing that there might be letters from farm workers, and I don't think we've seen them if they are there, but or perhaps it was a rhetorical invitation that they be written, which is great. My mother accused me of being too literal. I wanted to respond to a comment that Ms. Taylor, Judy Taylor, made, which was that things haven't changed, that basically it looks like the same document response that was from, I think she said 30 something years ago, or maybe it was 23 years ago. And with respect, I want to say I think this is a different document. Have a look at the maps in Chapter 3 of our existing local coastal program. That's the protection for natural resources. And try to find the places on the habitat and water resources overlay that are identified as sensitive habitat. Try to find the locations where the California red-legged frog and San Francisco garter snake and snowy plover exist. Then have a look at Chapter 6, I believe it is, of the new LCP. Pull out the maps and have a good look at the pictures of where the sensitive habitats are now. I think that not only Mrs. Taylor, but other members of the public will see a significant difference. Similarly, we recognize hazards in a much more comprehensive way than the existing certified LCP. So I don't think that it's fair to call it the same answer. I will agree that in 1983 or 85, and for that matter in 1979, if you polled people about what it was that they didn't like, traffic would have been the first thing that they said. And I think the effort to say, well, if you could only build a bigger road, you could solve the problem. And we have places where we've improved the road significantly. We've created a highway. It used to be that the service road in front of Casa del Mar was actually Highway 1, right? So we built these improvements in the road structure. In many places, there are now 4 lanes where there were just 2. But what it's done is it's created a larger volume of traffic that siphons into the narrower spaces. So I respectfully disagree that we can pave our way out of it. I don't think that's a feasible option. Mr. Ferreira, Mike mentioned that there was, if I understood him correctly, that there was a coastal commission approach to density transfer. And I will confess that's not something I know about. I am familiar with their effort to require lot retirement, and I certainly want to understand it and piggyback off it. But if there's something more about transferable density, then I would like to learn more about it and hope that he'll contact me. I think Commissioner Riddick stole my thunder about Mr. Farrell's comments about something being directionally correct and presenting it in an easy to consume way. It sounded like he really understood Apple. They really know how to build a compelling, motivating product. I work for Hewlett Packard. We would have sold sushi as cold dead fish. So I'm not your candidate for writing the really smooth version, but I think based on Commissioner Holt's comments earlier, I nominate him to be the reviewer of the slick version of the document. Those were very eloquent comments, Brian. I also wanted to speak to Ms. Sullivan's comments. She had mentioned the tax base and the workforce and the ultimate purpose of the plan. As I think Commissioner Riddick mentioned, our job as planning commissioners in this particular aspect of being a planning commissioner is to produce a document that complies with the objectives of the Coastal Act. We have other things to do, but when you read this document and you see visitor serving, and you wonder why we're doing visitor serving, it's because the people of the state of California have told us that that's what we're supposed to do. And when we raise our hand and we take an oath to honor those laws, we make a promise that we're going to do that, even if it's not something we personally may always love. So I hope that explains the motivation. I also wanted to acknowledge Mr. Cowan's comments. I don't think anybody spoke to that yet, so let me touch it briefly, where he was suggesting that perhaps there could be some kind of mini phase. Carrie Burke, I think, also spoke to that. I will say that I'm reluctant because I don't understand how I could decide where the threshold is, where something is small enough and discrete enough. There's always in Half Moon Bay, any piece of land is close enough to some kind of development that they could present the same argument. And so it's a very slippery slope to try to say this plan development has this little piece that can be developed. And I respectfully disagree. I think we need to really plan them as a unit. Let's see, other speakers who have not been addressed. I will just say, Mr. Wilson, thank you for your letter and your concerns. I know that staff will be working with you in your comments. I will say that your concerns about the alignment of the Palacios Creek Trail has been broadly discussed in the course of the conversation. And I think you'll find when you talk with staff that they are not presenting the proposal for a trail in that location as a fait accompli. So please understand that they're operating in good faith, and we intend to produce a successful plan that does not adversely impact owners of land adjacent to trails. And I thought his comment about the Williamson Act ordinance was, until I read his letter this afternoon, that was news to me. So I defer to staff as to whether that's something we need to do as part of this or whether we need a policy that says we're going to do something. One of the changes between this draft and the prior draft was the removal of a whole bunch of policies that were branded as programmatic by Coastal Commission staff. And they told us we needed to take those out. So they'll find homes in other places. And it may be that if there is a Williamson Act ordinance that needs to be built, it belongs in another section of the general plan. Mr. Farron's comments have already been addressed. And I think the questions about affordable housing were discussed by Rick and staff very well. So with respect to the emails, I will just say there were several comments with respect to a particular development that was Surf Dunes. This is a general plan discussion. This isn't about any particular project. I appreciate the public's interest in engaging directly with planning commissioners. This is my third stint at the Planning Commission. I can tell you that it is a challenging task because it's hard to say yes to one member of the public and say no to others. So with respect, I'm going to decline to engage with every individual citizen. I hope that staff can engage with every citizen who wants to. And if staff feels that it's the right thing to draw me in, I'll certainly consider that proposal. But I appreciate the offer and the willingness to have that conversation. I think that covers the comments that came out at me in the emails and in the public. So thank you for bearing with me. I can now tell Commissioner Polgar that I am the king of being in the weeds. So thank you for bearing with that. And I wonder if Vice Chair Reddick, if you've reloaded and have some other thoughts you want to load, or whether other commissioners want to take a second swing.
Commissioner Hernandez has his hand up.
Commissioner Hernandez, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Please.
So I want to broadly agree with the comments that all of my commissioners have made, and also mention the eloquence that Brian laid out, the core propositions of what we're doing here. And I fundamentally agree with everything he laid out. I will say that the people of California, as Jimmy has said, have spoken, and they have created a blessing and a curse for us as a community. The blessing is that we have broad coastal views and we have coastal access. The downside is we have both of those things and we have to let people enjoy them. And that's a challenge, but that's what you buy into when you move to Half Moon Bay. And that's the expectation I had when I moved here 12 years ago, I guess. So there are explicit and implicit property rights and constraints that come with the property. And while there may be substantial changes to the general plan, as Jimmy has pointed out, they are in the whole consistent with the body of work that has preceded us through previous planning commissions. There may be an exception here or there, but if you look at the case history, which is articulated very well in Appendix D, we've taken great care to make sure that in the whole, this is consistent with the work that's gone before, the way we've approached planning over the last 30 years in Half Moon Bay, and with the intent of the Coastal Act. And so I just think it's important to call that out. Yeah, there's changes. We've pulled out things that are extraneous, redundant, make no sense whatsoever. Absolutely, those things are gone. But it's the policies that are here are very closely aligned with the Coastal Act. They're very closely aligned with the body of work that has preceded it. and it's based on the case history that I've been educated on, that this Coastal Commission has been educated on, and city staff and the former director of the Coastal Commission has gone through great pains to educate all of us on. And so I just want to make sure that this is not a bolt from the blue. This is something that has a strong foundation, and it's based on the legacy of those who've come before us. So that's all that I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Holt, did you want to take another swing, or?
I'm good.
Thank you. Your words are still ringing in my ears. Steve, did you want to weigh in? I lost Commissioner Polgar. Oh, there she is.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm good as well.
All right. Commissioner Polgar, did you want to have any other thoughts?
No, mine are, as I said, I had more weed in the weeds. And also I apologize for having my video off. The audio gets choppy after a while. So it helps to have the video off to be able to actually hear what people are saying.
Okay, thank you. I hope you will concede the weed crown to me. Staff, I think you have our thoughts. I don't remember if I closed the public hearing. Did I? I did. Okay, thank you. Thank you for keeping me honest. All right, staff, do you want to respond? Do you feel like you got the direction you're looking for on this item?
You were very clear. We appreciate all the summaries. We've been typing a lot, and we will be coordinated, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 more weeks on this. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. In that case, we'll consider this item on our agenda closed. Do you think that we should adjourn and open the regular meeting so we can have another hearing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting, and don't get off the line because we're going to open the regular meeting at the dear hour of 10:47. Motion to adjourn, please.
I second the motion.
Is there?
We need a motion.
Well, I move we adjourn the study session.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay. Roll call vote. I hate this.
Commissioner Polgar?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Reddick?
Yes.
And Chair Benjamin?
Yes, this meeting is adjourned. We now call to order the regular meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Half Moon Bay for it's still August the 11th. Would you please, actually, I think we've already done the pledge, right? So we can.
Yeah, we can go into roll call.
We'll go straight to roll call. Thank you.
Commissioner Polgar?
Here.
Commissioner Holt?
Still here.
Commissioner Hernandez?
I am present.
Commissioner, did I miss Polgar? I'm sorry. No, she said she was. Yeah, you said you're sorry. Vice Chair Reddick?
Present.
And Chair Benjamin?
Present.
So all commissioners are present for the regular meeting.
Very good. So we will now continue with our public hearing item. And that is the coastal development permit and the mitigated negative declaration for the. Oh, I'm sorry.
We should do general public comment next.
Thank you. Forgive me. Thank you.
Just to cover, yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, so the next item on our agenda should have been the oral communications or public comment period. This is the time on our agenda when a member of the public, an erstwhile member of the public, who would like to address the commission on any matter that is not on this agenda, something other than the PG&E item, is free to do so. So I'm going to open the public hearing for public comment and ask Bridget if anyone is here to speak in the public comment.
I see no one raising their hands, and I've checked my email as well. I've seen nothing.
Thank you. I will now close the public comment, and we now move forward with the public hearing item. And that will be the Pacific Gas and Electric Community Pipeline Safety Initiative And I can see that we have not waited out Planner Garrison. So we are in your hands.
I wouldn't miss a minute of this. Given that we've discussed this project at 2 previous meetings, and I presented a pretty extensive and thorough staff report with attachments to you in the lateness of the hour, I'm going to keep the presentation brief, but I'm certainly available and willing to get into specific points of clarification if the Planning Commission wants to. Do have a quick presentation if I can share screen.
Please.
So just to refresh people's memory, it's located along Highway 92. It's limited to tree removal and brush, does not include any new construction. Smaller part of it is 11.
We don't have your slides up yet if you were wanted.
Okay. Is anything up?
No. You have 2 screens, so it might need to be moved to the number 1 screen, I believe. I don't know if that changes it. Sometimes that happens. You have rights, so you should be able to.
Do we have it now? If
no.
not, I can skip the PowerPoint if it's an issue.
Yeah, that's fine.
Audibles.
Go for it. Just continue your presentation.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay. Well, again, this is an item that we've originally scheduled for June 23rd. At that point, we still had a couple days to go on the 30-day comment period for the CEQA document. So we had a presentation, public comment, and then continued the item to July 14th. We had quite a few comments to go through, and so on July 14th, we gave the Planning Commission an update, and then requested that the item be continued to tonight, to August 11th, to allow us to put together all the responses to comments. The reason for this, it's a coastal development permit. It's required because of the removal of mature trees, does not include construction or expansion of the pipeline. We've gone through an extensive environmental review process. There have been a few revisions to the project based on the comments. And those are, if you're following along, they're summarized on page 8 and 9 of the staff report. And essentially, these are just minor revisions to some of the mitigation measures, and we've also added some conditions of approval. These were issues that were discussed in depth at the previous meetings. We've clarified that for the long-term maintenance, herbicides will not be allowed. The Planning Commission did note that if in the future the science and the regulations support the use, it would be something we would consider through a CDP amendment. As we discussed in the last meeting, we revised the tree replacement. Originally, it was 35 trees for the entire project. Now it's a 3-to-1 replacement for the cypress and pine trees. And then also a contribution to the city's Pilarcitos Creek Restoration Project, equivalent to basically the area inside the eucalyptus woodland that would be affected. It's probably worth noting that was originally the 35 trees were noted as a mitigation measure, although it was not identified as a significant impact in the CEQA document. Based on the additional biological opinion we received from Dr. Jennings concerning eucalyptus woodland as habitat, and the increased contribution from PG&E. We thought it was appropriate to delete that as a mitigation measure and to replace it with a condition of approval that includes both components of the replacement. And I don't want to get too in the weeds, but as a CEQA nerd, there's mitigation in a general sense, and then there's a very specific meaning of mitigation under CEQA. And if it's not a significant impact, you can't really require mitigation. And also, you have to meet certain specific legal standards as far as the timing and performance criteria. And given that most of this work will be done before the city actually has a landscape plan for the post property or moves forward with the habitat restoration, it made more sense to make it a condition of approval. Minor changes, nesting birds, the original requirement was to do a survey 14 days prior to starting work. We've changed that to 72 hours. There were concerns raised about spreading wood chips, particularly eucalyptus wood chips, near the water resources. In one of the previous meetings, PG&E noted that they would be just as happy to remove all the wood debris. So that's been minor change to mitigation measure hydrology number 3. There were some conditions added based on Planning Commission input. There was a request to not allow work during a power outage. We've added a condition that deals with that. We've modified the city's standard condition concerning noise and operations of work for construction projects to make it fit this project. There was some confusion over the requirement to leave tree stumps in place and to leave 6 inches of ground cover. Whether that 6 inches was a minimum or a maximum, we've revised, we've added a condition that addresses that and added one that if any special status species are observed, it'll be reported to the state's, the California Natural Diversity Database. There are 2 new changes that we didn't have time to include in the package. One request was additional scrutiny of the staging areas, and so we've added a condition that requires the city to document the conditions of both staging areas before work is initiated and at the conclusion to confirm that everything's cleaned up and there's no sort of collateral damage to nearby vegetation. And then finally, apparently under biological mitigation bio 3, if you stare at those words long enough, the meaning changes. And so we've revised that text so it hopefully won't turn into a mind-altering experience. A lot of our responses to comments were already provided. We've taken all the new responses, new comments, and the ones you've already seen and consolidated them as attachments to this report. So there's a complete record. It's all in one place. Would note we haven't received any new comments since the last meeting. And that concludes my presentation. Staff's recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration as revised, and then approve the CDP. I believe we do have a representative from PG&E. Vic Germany has been logged in for quite a long time, as well as Patrick Cousineau from SWCA, the consultant that prepared the initial study. If you have questions for either of them and they're still awake, Bridget can turn them on.
Thank you very much for that report. Is there anyone in the, does staff have any clarifying, sorry, the Planning Commission have any clarifying questions?
Commissioner Hernandez.
Commissioner Hernandez, yes.
So, Doug, thank you for getting your CEQA nerd on. We all appreciate that. And thank you for your attention to detail. Some of the good people from, I believe, Lafayette raised concerns with the letter that to a layperson, such as myself, comes across as very alarming, conveying that this work is unnecessary, inappropriate, and wrong. I believe, having read through the documents, that is an ill-founded conclusion, but I would like city staff to respond to those comments, and specifically this whole question of like trees and roots and pipelines, which sounds like somebody took a very technical and very specific reading of something and is trying to stir the pot with the public. But I don't know. I'm a lay person. You guys are the professionals. Help me get your nerd on, please, for all of us at home, and help us understand what's the merit and what's maybe not so meritorious in that, and you know, maybe PG&E can also provide their comments on it. But Doug, I would appreciate your thoughts on this.
A couple of things. Yes, they are an advocacy group. They were formed in opposition to a PG&E project to remove trees in Lafayette. And advocacy groups tend to advocate for their position. There are some differences here in Lafayette. That project was determined, Lafayette had no permitting authority. It was all through the California Public Utilities Commission. Also exempted it from CEQA. Because we're in the coastal zone, we required a coastal development permit. Now that's specifically required under guidance from the Coastal Commission. If normally these pipeline maintenance projects would be exempt from permitting requirements, we wouldn't be going through this process. But the guidance from the Coastal Commission specifically says if you're removing mature trees, which are defined as over 12 inches in diameter or over a certain amount of brush, you have to get a coastal development permit. And so one way to look at this is the coastal development permit, essentially it's to protect coastal resources. It's to ensure that a project is consistent with our local coastal land use plan, with the Coastal Act. And so we have authority to look at that. We don't have, in this case, we have two state entities, the Public Utilities Commission, the Coastal Commission. They have different jurisdictions. And this permit doesn't get into the PUC's business. This is compliance with the Coastal Commission's direction. So the scope of what we're looking at is compliance with coastal regulations. And it's a discretionary permit, so we determined that it was subject to review under CEQA. So we're looking at biological resources, visual resources. Determining whether one pipeline safety protocol is better than another is outside of that purview. It's outside of that scope. And so our position is the group has raised some interesting questions, but the proper place to present those is with the State Public Utilities Commission, with the Federal Transportation Department, which also regulates pipeline safety. And our position as staff is that it's not really our job to figure out if one way of maintaining a pipeline is better than another. It's like us deciding whether we like one section of the building code or we don't. We accept it as written. And so that's kind of my take on it. And we didn't want to get into the specifics of if leaving the tree roots in is better or worse. We left that to the experts. PG&E did submit a letter that's attachment 6, I think, that goes through a lot of that. Some of the specific requests from the Lafayette Tree Group were really they're saying there are other safety protocols that might be more valuable than tree removal. And those were, give me a minute to read, comprehensive inline testing, pressure testing, confirmation, location of cathodic protection stations. And those items are all specifically addressed in the PG&E submittal. That's my take on that matter.
Thank you, Doug. You've addressed my concerns. I really appreciate you continuing to get your nerd on.
No problem.
I think we might have just been witnessing satire. I'm not sure. Other clarifying questions?
I have one. I don't recall where there was the concern. It sounds like there was a concern about what to do with the wood chips. Where did that originate from? I mean, I'm not saying we should change it. I just am asking, like, where to, and because there's a reference also to a post Peninsula Open Space Trust saying something, and I haven't found. I don't know where it came from. That's all.
Okay. Well, it wasn't ever. It was primarily as part of the project description submitted by PG&E. Was that they would cut down the trees, they would run them through a wood chipper, and then spread the chips along their pipeline right of way. It got a little complicated because I think it was Post said they didn't want the wood chips on their property. And we started talking about that at one of the previous meetings. And PG&E had their right-of-way vegetation manager online. And he said, frankly, it's just as good for us to pack them all up and haul them away. And so that seemed to be the simplest solution. There were some general concerns raised by commissioners about spreading the eucalyptus wood chips. Would that actually, you're spreading the oils and stuff that are in the trees and maybe some seeds. And it just seemed, there were concerns about it, and PG&E was happy to out of the way.
And I now recall the representative from PG&E who was in charge of like the veg management mentioning that they could get seeds in the chips, and so now I recall that as well. And that clarifies that Post didn't want it on their land at the time, And yes, thank you for clarifying that. I just couldn't remember.
I will also add, I recall once Jennings told us that the eucalyptus was not a very nice plant if you were a frog or a snake. Having more of it strewn about the ground didn't sound like a good idea. So I also supported the avoidance for that reason. Other clarifying questions? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Ruddick.
It's all right. Doug, you and I communicated about this, but just for the record, could you explain, because I don't think this is written in the staff report, but correct me if I'm wrong, but could you explain the process for the ongoing vegetation management that is expected to be required every 1 to 3 years, I think?
Sure. That's part of PG&E's proposal is that every 1 to 3 years they'd come in, they'd get rid of the eucalyptus saplings that are growing in there, clear out some of the brush, the poison oak and blackberry and Cape ivy to make access more straightforward, as well as to keep some of the roots from the woody brush if they're particularly close to the pipeline in check. They had originally proposed limited use of herbicides to control, like spraying the tree stumps if saplings are growing out of them, that sort of thing. The alternative was to send a crew in and do it all manually with weed whackers, that sort of thing. Neither approach is absolutely perfect. There's pluses and minuses to both approaches. The main issue for staff with the herbicides was that there's some of that, it's tied up in, I think it was 2006 litigation. It does not involve PG&E or anybody locally. It was filed against the EPA to do an evaluation of the safety of herbicides and pesticides, I think specifically near red-legged frogs. Later, that lawsuit was sort of revived and covered a whole range of threatened and endangered species. And so the EPA is slogging away through that, but we don't have clear guidance, especially if you're as close to California red-legged frogs and water resources as parts of this project would be. And so our position was, if that ever gets sorted out and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service says it's okay to use it, then PG&E could come in and apply for an amendment to their CDP. The other thing that came up was a suggestion that goat grazing might work there. I contacted the company that does the goat grazing for the city and Coastside Land Trust, some other property owners here. They're in town. They actually went out and did a site inspection. They confirmed that it was feasible. The goats apparently really like poison oak and blackberry and Cape ivy and would be happy as could be. Main issue is just the logistics of staging, unloading them and loading them up and getting them into a relatively narrow area like that. But they did note it was certainly feasible. So when we modified the mitigation measure for the herbicide use, we did clarify in there also that either manual, going in and clearing back the brush and stuff manually, or using goats were covered under this permit. They wouldn't have to apply for a separate coastal development permit to do either of those. There was a request from the Coastal Commission and I believe from somebody on the Planning Commission that the city and the Coastal Commission be notified before initiating any of those longer-term maintenance activities. We've added a condition to the report that requires that. I think that covers everything.
Any other questions? Brian? Okay.
No questions there.
Thank you. I recall in a short conversation that I had with Doug late last week rather, we also talked about the Coastal Commission request that the permit have a sunset clause. And I think if I recall the thrust of the conversation, it was, if something significant changes, we certainly, would want to address an impact and modify the clause. But you felt like it might be a sort of a burden to force a renewal every couple of 3 years. Am I capturing that right?
Yes. There were a couple of concerns with putting a sunset date on it. One is it is a burden on the applicant for what at that point should be a pretty low intensity operation. Second one is if you sunset the permit, it goes away and all the conditions of approval go away. That lower intensity maintenance work might not trigger a new coastal development permit. All of these conditions would not apply in the future. I don't think it's a wise move to do that. That's my take on it.
So it's the devil you know. Got it. All right. I have no other questions. It sounds like the rest of the commission has no questions. Is there anyone in the public, Bridget, who is compelled to speak on this subject?
I see none.
Okay, I am opening and closing the public hearing. And is there any, so we're bringing it back to the commission. Does anybody have any comments? And if not, would there be a resolution, a motion to approve the resolution next in order as most recently amended?
Can I? Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead, Doug.
I would point out that the resolution in front of you doesn't have that last condition about the staging area or the modification. So it would be to adopt it as proposed with those revisions.
With those revisions. Thank you very much, Doug. I'm sorry, Commissioner Polgar.
I just wanted to, this is a minor thing, but I did want to, there was a comment, and I know you were just speaking in jest, Chair Benjamin, but when you refer to like the veg removal as like in this case, like the devil, I just want to be a little bit careful about how we frame veg management and removal. It's a really, really necessary thing for like the safety and longevity of like both in like in terms of fire protection and and I realize that in the case of this particular proposed project, it's not for those things. But I want to be a little bit careful about how we like that we don't paint this brush of like veg removal and veg management is a bad thing, because it's actually something that we need a lot of. And so I just am saying that because it's a tone thing, and it's something that as we are speaking in front of the public, maybe, and I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I will speak for what I know and the work I do and my area of expertise. Veg removal is actually a very important part of our management of the land to sustain it in ways that's good for habitat and the critters that live here and for us. And for our water supply, for instance. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't want to, like, from my perspective, I don't see it as a negative thing.
Thank you, Commissioner. I probably should have been clearer. What I meant by the devil was that the conditions attached to this permit, as opposed to the conditions that might be attached to a renewal permit. I agree with you that the removal, particularly of invasive exotic vegetation, can be really important as part of maintenance. So I apologize for.
Oh no, I think no apology.
All right. Are there any other comments on this project? And if not, could I have a motion to approve the resolution with the changes that were discussed by Doug tonight, which are not in the resolution in front of you?
I make a motion to approve the resolution as put forth to us with the additional conditions put forth by Mr. Garrison. And yeah.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
We have lots of seconds. So if there's no further discussion, could we have a roll call vote, please?
You're on mute.
Yep, I am. Commissioner Polgar?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Reddick?
Yes.
And Chair Benjamin?
2 yeses, an aye, and 2 yeas. Got it.
5-0 pass.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate the effort, Doug. So moving on with our agenda, I believe the next item on our agenda would be the director's report.
We will spare you from that. We had a very detailed report at your last meeting, and we'll see you in 2 weeks with the land use plan, and we can update you on other matters that we're working on at that time.
Spoken like someone who might have brownies waiting in the next room. Let's see. How about Commissioner Communications? Yes, Commissioner Ray.
I have one thing I'd like to bring up. At the last meeting, we had a bit of discussion at the very end about the best time to start planning commission meetings. And Commissioner or Chair Benjamin stated quite clearly that the utility of that should, for the public, should be the driving factor, which I think we all would 100% agree with. But it strikes me that it isn't obvious that 7 p.m. continues to be the very best start time, especially in this health crisis when fewer people, well, more people are working from home and fewer are commuting. So I'd like to suggest that we agendize that question for a future meeting so we could hear from the public. I'd love to have a public comment about it.
Colleagues?
I would second that motion, especially on an evening like tonight where it's 11:20 and we started at 6 p.m. I think that getting back to the driving forces behind things, since most of us aren't driving anymore. Sorry, Jill, I know you're still driving. Yeah, I would agree that that would be an interesting topic to put on the agenda for the next meeting.
Others?
I'd agree, and I made my comments last time, and I'll just apologize for dashing off quickly last time. It was not a response to the conversation in any way. I was just literally having kids tugging at me to go read them stories. So.
Okay. No worries.
but I do. I mean, either time is fine for me. But I do think in terms of public involvement and everything else, I think this COVID situation, unfortunately, is here to stay with us for a while. And I think some of our evening schedules are kind of, we could explore bumping it up a bit and probably not be, probably still see good participation. And we saw that tonight. We had 50 people in the room at 6 o'clock. So,
Commissioner Pogar, thoughts?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to have a discussion. I agree, and hear from the public.
Well, the bylaws empower us to request an item to be agendized. So I think what you're hearing is that this is a request to agendize that conversation.
We're happy to do that. I believe your bylaws just need a couple of you to request an agendized item. Bylaws are set up so that we can bring it to you when, really when it makes sense to do so. Where I'm not planning to do it at your next meeting.
That's fine. We're going to be busy.
And we're going
Where's your sense of adventure?
We're going to see you at 7 o'clock that night at your regular meeting. And as we also have a little perspective on this too. We had a really hard time starting early tonight, but this meeting was hard and this topic is hard, and our regular business items might not be such a struggle. So let's suggest that we do this in September. If that is acceptable to wait at least for that. We'd like to keep your next meeting one agenda.
I'm supportive of that.
Great, thanks.
Sure, that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right. Any other, have we resolved the question to your satisfaction, Steve?
Yes, thanks very much.
Do you need a resolution or or no, that was good. That's what you needed. Okay.
We're good.
Sense of the commission. Any other planning commission communications?
I just want to comment that I continue to appreciate the great work that was done on the vertical access for Poplar Beach, and also the ongoing trash mitigation efforts that have been put in place with the city and the local agencies that support the city in this endeavor. It's such a nice change. And I know occasionally the neighbors get upset and get frustrated because the city hasn't come in on a Monday morning at 7 a.m. to clean up the beer bottles and campfire refuge before 7 a.m. But by 10 a.m. on Monday mornings, most of that mess, if not all of it, is gone. So it's greatly appreciated by me and by my neighbors, some of whom are on this commission, certainly on Poplar Beach, and I'm sure on the other beaches in Half Moon Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. I will say that not all of the other beaches in Half Moon Bay are so fortunate. I can report photographically that at 8 a.m. in the morning, Venice State Beach trash cans were full and overflowing. before the weekend crowd showed up. So you're definitely getting good service, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. Any other director communications? If not, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Lots of motion. Can we have as many seconds?
Seconded.
Roll call vote. Seriously.
Commissioner Polgar?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, most definitely.
Vice Chair Reddick?
Yes.
And Chair Benjamin?
Affirmative. Thank you.
We can now close the meeting.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Be well,
5 minutes before our deadline.
11. Good night.